Your home of rugby.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. The Liberal candidate vying for the federal seat of Farrer in today's by-election has praised deposed Liberal leader Susan Lee, who previously held the seat for 25 years. Voters are now casting their ballots in the regional New South Wales seat. One Nation's David Farley and independent Michelle Milthorpe are considered the frontrunners. The Liberals' Risa Bukowski has defended Ms Lee's legacy.
There's a lot of rhetoric going around that this seat has been neglected for 25 years, and I just inherently disagree with that. In the last 5 years, noting that Susan was in opposition for 4 of those years, we've had over $500 million of infrastructure invested into this region. So I'm going to take the foundation that Susan has given me, and I'm going to build on that.
Federal Government Minister Chris Bowen says the full force of the law applied to the 3 women with links to ISIS who returned to Australia this week with their children. 3 women were arrested when they landed in Australia on Thursday night, 2 at Melbourne Airport for alleged enslavement offences and 1 at Sydney for alleged terror-related offences. They all remain before the courts. Mr Bowen says the law enforcement response should reassure the Australian community.
No sympathy for people who've gone to the Middle East to work with ISIS. Sympathy for the children, but no sympathy for adults who made a decision to go and participate in one of the most evil regimes in the history of the world, and they should be dealt with the full force of Australian law, and they have been, and I think that's what Australians can get reassurance from.
Retail Workers Union, the SDA, has called on the Victorian Government to pass legislation introducing workplace protection orders following a rise in violence. It comes after a national survey of shoppers by 50 Acres and YouGov found 71% had experienced or witnessed abuse directed at a retail or fast food worker. The research found abuse in major supermarkets and shopping centres was roughly twice the rate of other retail settings. National Assistant Secretary Helen Cooney says workplace protection orders have been successful in other states.
Workplace protection orders were first introduced in the ACT and they operate a bit like an AVO, barring repeat offenders from entering retail premises for up to 12 months. So it takes learnings from other parts of policy and makes it work for this problem.
The marginal Victorian seat of Kew is tipped to be an interesting contest after an independent MP was able to secure a large donation following changes to the law. Michaela Ortolin reports.
Last month, the High Court ruled to scrap the state's political donation and disclosure laws, which means an almost $5,000 cap on political donations no longer applies. Independent MP Sophie Tawney announced she's received a $40,000 donation from community crowdfunding initiative Climate 200, which previously would have been illegal. She says it will enable her to get her campaign for the upcoming state election off to a solid start. Independents had argued the donation cap was unfair and favoured major parties like the Liberals, who Miss Tawney will challenge for the seat.
Efforts to end the war between the US and Iran appear to have stalled as the two sides continue to trade fire in the Gulf. Ali Crew reports.
On his way to a dinner in Sterling, Virginia, US President Donald Trump told reporters he expects to hear from Tehran on his administration's proposal to end hostilities imminently. Overnight, the US military said it had struck 2 empty Iranian-flagged oil tankers, which it accused of violating its ongoing naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. In response, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has accused Washington of endangering ongoing peace talks. Meanwhile, the US Treasury has slapped sanctions on 10 individuals and companies, including several in China and Hong Kong, for allegedly aiding Iran's war efforts.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has addressed a crowd at Melbourne's Royal Exhibition Building to mark the 125th anniversary of the opening of Australia's first federal parliament. More than 12,000 people packed into the building in 1901 for the official opening by the Duke of Cornwall and York, who would later become King of England. Mr Albanese says today the nation continues to learn from the values of the first parliament.
We have held on to that oldest and most Australian aspiration of them all, giving those who come after us a better life with greater opportunity than we enjoy.
To the weather now for the state, becoming mostly sunny in the northeast, cloudy elsewhere. Isolated showers mostly on and south of the Divide. For Melbourne, cloudy, the medium chance of showers with a top today of 17 degrees. Tomorrow, a possible shower, 17. Monday, partly cloudy, 17 again. Cloud clearing on Tuesday, 20. Wednesday, mostly sunny and a top of 21. Right now in Melbourne, it's 14 degrees. ABC News.
A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight. Who was this Gatsby fella?
A jazz-soaked reimagining of The Great Gatsby.
That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool.
Search for Gatsby in Harlem on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
McDonald takes it, plays on, goals! Game changer!
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
We are 3 games into round 9, a doubleheader on the Friday night. At dual sites, the Brisbane Lions get to 6-3 despite their Friday night fright. Are you glass half full or glass half empty on the Lions' performance? What about the Blues? Can they still make gains in this setup under Michael Voss as they fall to 1-8? Can the Bulldogs still give it a shake in 2026 as they get home in a razor-thin result last night up against the Power? And how far can Fremantle go in 2026 as the Spruik team of the competition on an 8-game winning sequence? We also learned during the week the findings of the Blues investigation into their mishandling of the Elijah Hollands episode. So was the outcome satisfactory? All of that to come today right here on the award-winning AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Will Ashcroft hands it to Levi in the pocket. Again, the brotherly love is shared. And the brilliance from both siblings on display. What a finish from Levi on the snap.
Jones again, slugging the tackle, keeps his feet, handballs it off, and a score will do. A score might just do for the Western Bulldogs. Gallagher with the behind.
It's going to be heartbreak again for Port Adelaide. And the Western Bulldogs get sweet relief. They hang on at the death.
Sounds last night from Adelaide and from Brisbane. 3 games into round 9 of the AFL Premiership season. And the 2 best men in the business to pull it all apart. Alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass. First of all, the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball, is here. Hello, Bally.
G'day, Corby. G'day, listeners. Great to be here under the roof. These sort of the days where you actually look forward to coming along to Marvel Stadium, I think. And we're going to see a good game of footy, I think. We'll obviously get to that in time. But, yeah, three games with plenty to talk about. That's the beauty of the double up Friday. It gives us a little bit more content, a bit more fodder, doesn't it, to work our way through in the next hour.
We'll do all of that. Your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. And the coach of the Fremantle Football Club, Justin Longmuir, is going to join us as our feature guest. A man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, is here. Hello, Mick.
Good morning, Corby. Hello, Bally, and to all our listeners. And I've said this on Monday morning with Bob Murphy show. Thankfully, a bit of rain for the farmers. So they'll get out and they'll see some, if they see some footy being played in the country, the grounds may be wet. So great stuff for them.
Let's hop straight into it. First of all, the VFL is available on ABC TV. So if you flick on ABC TV across Victoria, you'll find coverage of Collingwood and Geelong. So perfect prelude for what's coming up later tonight. You can also catch it, by the way, if you're out of market, out of Victoria, you can find it through iView, either live or on delay. The interesting talking point there is Brian Myers is going to play. So he's got a partially torn ACL, and you get a chance to see a guy with a partially torn ACL run around on ABC TV today.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. See, this is the one where no one is quite certain. I have noted in my mind, I've seen a couple of ACLs happen, almost like, well, how did they happen? And when I think back, the player had a significant injury to his ACL, declared not bad enough to operate, rest. In fact, one was a season later, and I'm convinced to this day that was the cause of it. But you've got a player who's light-footed for a start-off. He's not a heavy player. He will twist and turn.
That's the thing. That's the thing with me. As someone who did an ACL, the straight line stuff, yeah, absolutely, no problems. But the way he plays too, he's movement in a shoebox or a phone box.
Yeah, well,
that's his game, isn't it? So look, the medical staff obviously see it fit to push on, and he's such an important player to them. But it's an interesting one, Mick, isn't it?
Oh, I think you're right, Paul. You know, look, no one passes the medical for a start off. I mean, that I don't care what coaches they are. Medical have first and last say to say, and then it goes to the player. Like, it's okay to go, I can medical go to the coach and say he's available. If the player's got any doubt, you don't play him. But if he reckons I'm going to give it a go, but I remember Tony Liberatore did his too. But because he was so stocky and in big quaddies, I think he got through. Dougie Hawkins got through with a synthetic one. But there's other players that have to have it right.
Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball here to take your calls. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Last night, the Brisbane Lions, they got out by 49 points. And then something I don't think any of us anticipated. Carlton kicked 5 goals to end the third quarter. They made it 6 in a row and actually got within 10 points in the waning moments before Lachie Neale was able to calm things down. In the end, the numbers are incredible. The Blues scored 39 points in the third quarter. 71 points after half-time, which is their 5th best return in the last 10 years. Harry Mackay bobbed up, kicked 3 goals in the final quarter. And as the headline reads in the paper today, it's not half bad from Carlton after their second half fade-outs. They had them the other way around last night up in Brisbane.
Yeah, that's right. So next week, if they can put the first half and the second half together, all of a sudden they'll go and win by 10 goals. So, yeah, I mean, I was flicking last night, Mick, obviously between both games, and when they started to make a run, I could see the box score down the bottom in the Bulldogs. I was flick over and saw this Carlton team that were, up and full of energy and winning the ball out of the centre clearance, which hasn't been a problem for them. That obviously has it in this first 9 weeks, to be fair. And they looked dangerous, both in the air and fall of the ball. How much of it was the Lions just taking the foot off the gas? We saw Chris Fagan let them know in no uncertain terms what he thought of that third quarter. So how much of it was them taking the foot off the gas? And we know that in AFL footy, if any team can get a bit of a run on, get some momentum, the ball starts bouncing their way, they can put a score on. But I think it's they shouldn't be happy with it, clearly, because the first half was below standard. But when you see them play like that, I'm talking from an effort point of view.
Carlton?
Yeah, Carlton this is. It's hard to, and all the talk around basically that Michael Voss is a dead man walking. I look at them when they play like that and go, that's not a team that's not playing for their coach, not listening to their coach. For me, they don't have it's almost as simple as they don't have the talent and the cattle. And they're certainly their best players. And there's no secret. Last night, third quarter, Cripps gets going, Mackay. So their best players start playing well and the team starts playing well. And that's the same across the competition, isn't it? They just haven't been playing well enough consistently. And as leaders and talented players, and then it flows on from there. They just don't have the talent to sustain it over 4 quarters.
Let's hear from the coach of the Blues, and we'll hear from our coach in just a moment, Mick Malthouse. Here's Michael Voss, just on what he made of last night.
We acknowledge the fight, but we can't be comfortable in mediocrity. We've got to have higher standards of ourselves than that. And we'll continue to find out what that looks like for us so we can replicate this more often. We walk away very much not happy with that. We've put ourselves in positions at most games to win, but I'm sort of also sick of saying that.
So it didn't sound like Mick, he was sort of trying to claim some kind of moral victory or anything out of last night.
I don't think he could do that. But I have no doubt in his mind he'd be saying it's got to be mental. The last halves of the games that they've lost in the last couple of seasons, they got it going. As Bawley said, it's very hard to stop. But that's against the best side in the competition, or one of the best sides in the competition. I think he would sleep much easier last night. I think a lot of Carlton people would go, well, you know what? What Bawley just said, they're playing for him. There's no doubt they're playing for him. And I get that they are not the greater side over the ground, but they're not 4th bottom or 3rd bottom, wherever they are. They are, to me, a side that's between 7th and 12th. And a draw against Collingwood could have been easily a win. And then you look at 1 or 2 other games that got away from them. They're a bit like Port. You don't really know that they couldn't fill that 6th to 12th spot in a hurry, because there's going to be a lot of sides beating each other up over the next few weeks. The draw's not... I mean, the draw's a draw. And I was saying that about Fremantle. Everyone goes, "Oh, they've had an easy draw," but the draw is what's in front of you. I am really delighted for Michael Voss. I think I'm not sure where he coaches from is what I would say is right, but that's how he feels comfortable. The player group has certainly not left him. The only thing that will be the test, his contract is still up, and he's the only one I think is up at the end of the year. So dead man walking is far too severe for me. I would rather say if this board has got any sort of nous whatsoever, they would say, what do we got to gain? Does it make us feel good? And does it make our supporters feel good because we've made a hard decision? And the hardest decision they can make is make sure that Michael Voss coaches to the end of round 23 or 4, whatever it is. And if they want to start again, start again. If not, you reappoint him. But I'm not going to say you have to reappoint him, but the best decision, the hardest decision they will make is to leave him there.
Cool hand, Luke, on a similar theme in just a moment. Lachie Neale had an interesting comment last night on Channel 7 post-game. This is what he had to say after the final siren.
Got told by a couple of the boys we were doing a Carlton, so they were trying to get in our heads a little bit, but that's part of the game. And, glad that we held on. It was pretty close, but, like I said, take it and move on to Geelong next week.
So got told we were doing a Carlton. That was from the Carlton
By the
players.
Carlton players.
Yeah, so the Carlton players were essentially saying to the Brisbane guys, oh, you're doing a Carlton, as if trying to get in their head that they're letting some kind of lead go. Chris Fagan was actually quite complimentary of the Blues last night, and he was pretty happy just to get out of there with the 4 points.
It's hard to win impressively every week in this competition, and I was worried about this game because I actually have a fair bit of time for Carlton and the way they play their footy. I don't think their win-loss ratio is a reflection of them at all. So I was just, to be honest with you, really happy to get away with the points tonight. We had a big week this week. We played Essendon on Saturday. Then we had to go to our Hall of Fame dinner on Saturday night instead of flying back, which was what we normally do. So it was a pretty short and fast week. We've won 6 of our last 7 games, so our form's pretty strong in this long marathon of a football season. Sometimes you just go take the points.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, he referenced it there, but the win-loss is what it is, right? And that's where the media, not speculation, but the media focus on, because that's the reality. They're 1-8, and if they were 3-6 or 4-5, which you would say that they should be by some of those games where, be it mental or physical, they haven't been able to stand up when the tide's turned against them, and that is ultimately the criticism the coach has to wear.
Yeah, and that's the facts.
Yeah, that's right. They're the facts. So, and I know you're going to ask about, we'll turn our attention to Brisbane in a sec, but
what about the nature of the second half in particular? So it's been a curiosity how they faded away in games, and we've thought it's very much a mental hurdle they've had to overcome. So they have a big second half last night, but still in totality, they still didn't play 120 minutes worth of footy. It was just the first half they were absent, and then they showed up in the second half. So does it answer any questions? Is it just status quo? Like, how should we feel about it in terms of that they were actually present after halftime in a way they haven't been this season?
Well, I'd rather see the result like that than they kicked their 11 goals and only 2 after that or whatever it was, because that would be another letdown after half time. At least this time they swung it around against the goods. I think Chris Fagan is spot on. It's very difficult for a top side who has, let's face it, two premierships in 2 years, to have the same intensity week in, week out. That is very difficult to do. And I wasn't aware they had their function down here. I don't think he would use an excuse, but it could be a reason.
Just makes it a short week, doesn't it?
It does, but for Carlton's point of view, it's more about Carlton than it is against Brisbane. Brisbane will just have another W next to their name. Carlton will have another loss, which is now 7th in a row. So I'm not sure who they play next week, actually.
They've got the Bulldogs. I think, to answer your question, I think the individuals are the ones that take confidence out. So Harry Mackay's looked really down on confidence, doesn't he? Out of sorts. We know he's lost his sparring partner in Charlie Curnow and just really has struggled to own that sort of forward 50, hasn't he, this year? He goes into the ruck, which I think probably a move that people have been wanting to happen a little bit sooner than it has. He looks like he gets some confidence out of just having to compete in the ruck, and then he goes back
around the ground where you get some easier possessions.
And he clunks a few against Harris Andrews. There's one. Hayward was terrific. Good to see Hewitt back in the team, I think. Just gives him some strength and some spine as well. Exactly. Ainsworth's having a good little patch as a new recruit. Newman started to get the ball. So I think from I think individuals need to build on that second half into next week. They're the ones. And then ultimately from a team, they need to work towards putting it all together for 120 minutes.
Pete in Ballarat off the SMS. Brisbane were dead set lucky to get away with it last night. What was the last quarter free kick stat? Because Brisbane got every soft free and Carlton got utterly crucified. And young Ashcroft has now painted a huge target on himself for the rest of the season. Dropped into the tackle, then took a dive for a second free. I reckon Brisbane are front runners. When it got hot, they went missing from Pete in Ballarat. I think you got a right to be the proverbial front runner, don't you, when you've got the last two premiership cups in the bank, but they're going along fine, the Lions at 6 and 3. Yeah. The conversation always around the coach, and particularly when he's off contract at season's end, the team's 1 and 8, which segues us into one of our favourite segments here, and a time for a little bit of cool hand. Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Well, we just referenced it then, Corby. I watched last night. I want to just pour a bit of cold water on all the talk this week and really for the last month or so around the fact that we're talking about Michael Voss as a man who's essentially lost his job, and we're already talking about the process to replace him, and is it Adam Simpson, is it John Longmire? Again, I watched last night and watched them over the last couple of weeks. To me, it's just a little bit unedifying, just the way we talk about. For starters, talk about someone like, while they're in the job, and we know how hard a job it is. Mick, you know how hard a job it is. How we talk about them in this fashion. And I still think, ultimately, yes, it's a win-loss game and they're 1 and 8, but I think the players are still playing for him. And I think a lot of it has to do with the cattle that he's got at his disposal. Now, whether that's in time enough to save his job, and time will tell. But just at round 9, to be talking about who's next and the process and all that sort of stuff. I haven't liked it this week, so I just, from my point of view, Mick, just want to pour a bucket of cold water on that.
Oh, I'm with you, Bully. It's interesting when you're sort of chasing victories. They play the Dogs next week, who I'm not sure how badly English is injured.
He's
concussion.
So he'll miss then. So he's out.
Yep.
Then they play Port, who I think are probably the stiffest side in it at the moment.
They're in a similar position, aren't they?
They are very much, and it's home. It's at Port, and they're playing some good footy. Then they play.
Essendon?
No, they play Geelong.
Okay.
Then they play Essendon. It may well look. It's a horrible thing to say, but they could be winless in 10 games up to the Essendon game, and that could be something monstrous for one of the other sides.
If we said at the start of the year, though, they were playing the Dogs without their whole spine and English missing, and they're pretty much fully loaded.
Yeah.
You'd be thinking Carlton would be winning that game.
Easy.
Yeah. And ultimately that'll be the thing. They've needed to win some of those games against teams that we had them around the mark with. Yeah. They get an opportunity to do that over the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then, if they don't, then obviously it'll build and build to the bye.
See, I personally, and I've said this probably 4 or 5 weeks ago, they are much better than what win-loss says. And I'm saying it again now, that they are much better than that. And I reckon when they get a win, I reckon that they will be on a roll, because they're still you don't really rate them. I don't rate them in the top 4, but I certainly don't think that they're in the bottom 4. So somewhere in the middle.
I had them 8 to 12.
I think that's pretty bright. So they will win a lot of those games. They will start winning them.
1300 558 222. Let us know, Blues fans. What do you reckon? This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse, Luke Ball. 1300 558 222.
Just for those Blues fans, if they want to see the song being sung there, we've got the VFL. You mentioned the VFL earlier. They're 114 points up out at Casey, their VFL team. So something to enjoy there for those Carlton fans who are a little bit starved and haven't heard the song for a while.
Michael Voss was asked last night about how he's going coaching for his job.
I don't coach for my job. I coach for building a culture, and hopefully by the time I leave here, is that we've got winning behaviours and I understand clearly what that looks like. Often people will make it about your job, but the reality is I make it about something else, and that's what we've got to continue to reinforce within our own environment, and we've got to continue to build that real positive energy around the place, because there is a spirit within this group that keeps coming.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. No late change in the first game of the day, which we'll have for you here on ABC Sport following this show. No late change between the Roos and the Swans. The big story during the week, again, centred around the Carlton Football Club, as the Blues were fined $75,000. The club have called it themselves a donation to Headspace for bringing the game into disrepute due to their mishandling of the Elijah Hollands episode. Now, Peter Wright said, "We stand in unwavering support of our medical and wellbeing staff who will continue to conduct themselves with the highest level of professionalism and integrity. The Blues stopped short of accepting fault or wrongdoing, but accepted the sanction," and I quote here, "in the interest of enabling all parties to move forward." Now, the AFL was careful not to single out anyone in particular. The Players Association said they were happy that it was a speedy review. Andrew Dillon naturally was asked about it and how they came to this conclusion that a $75,000 fine was appropriate and the way to go.
Yeah, it was absolutely a mental health episode. That's where the inquiries have taken us. And then based on, as I said, the visual cues, the performance data, and also the understanding of Elijah's circumstances, he should have been removed from the earlier.
Is there a work-safe investigation underway?
I understand that there is.
So there is a WorkSafe investigation underway, is the understanding from Andrew Dillon. It was an interesting quote, which, as he said there, based on the visual cues, the performance data, and the understanding of his circumstances, he should have been removed from the ground earlier. Is it a satisfactory outcome to learn that the Blues have been fined? They haven't really accepted any fault or wrongdoing, and this matter is concluded for now, at least from an AFL perspective, with WorkSafe to conduct their own.
So you're saying the acceptance of the fine is not acceptance of wrongdoing?
That's what they're saying. So that they've stopped short. The Blues are basically saying, hey, we did the wrong thing. They're saying we stand with our medical personnel, and they've carefully worded it to say, hey, we accept this in the interest of bringing it.
I hope behind the scenes, and I don't think it needs to be a public issue, that the AFL have stated why it's $75,000 and on what grounds. Not this fluffy stuff that was just heard. The actual nuts and bolts of where they've gone, where Carlton have gone wrong, and who could have and should have been in control of that moment for each player. So for Carlton's point of view, they were able to get that information and shift through it and go, well, we do agree, we don't agree, whatever, and then take that back to the AFL. Forget the $75,000. I agree with that. Get rid of that so it's behind you and everything. But find out, because very few medical teams at clubs that I've been associated with, and I know Carlton are very, very good at getting the best people available. I feel that statement leaves a little bit with them at fault, and I would say right now that Carlton's medical team and sundry and the people that are attached to it are first class. So somewhere along the line, I think Carlton need to, behind the scenes, address what the AFL.
One of the interesting findings out of this, from my point, was the absence of the sports psych or mental skills coach there on game day. Now, how
do they work it? How are they going to change the day, Paulie?
Mick, absolutely. My very limited small experience at Essendon. This is pre-COVID. So part of this is that the soft cap, the footy soft cap coming back after COVID hasn't got back to where it needs to be, or that some of this support help has been squeezed out. But the mental skills coach at Essendon at the time, who I rated very highly, especially with a player with this sort of past in history, he would absolutely have spent time with these type of players before every game and had a keen watch on it. And perhaps,
well, that's fair enough.
And perhaps, I get that. The assistant coaches, they've got a fair bit to all that sort of stuff. So, I think ultimately the finding is not that he played, but that it wasn't recognised soon enough and actioned soon enough until the last quarter. And we did the game. And
No, I didn't.
I didn't. No one sort of. It was really only until late in the third quarter we saw he hadn't had possession, and then you're starting to look for it. So I can sort of live with that, I think. But I think the thing that comes out of this, again, my very limited experience at Essendon, that role and this person in that role was critically important. And the players...
Yeah. So part of the findings are that the psychologists now are required or mandated at all AFL and AFLW clubs. But the caveat on that is that the person is not required to be there on match day. So it makes you think, well, if they're not required to be there on match day, how is that going to catch the Elijah Hollands episode
wouldn't it?
From repeating?
They have to be there on match day. That's and again, maybe this is a post-COVID thing, but their role becomes most critical on. And I think part of it too is just let's step away from even the wording or the labelling of psych. Again, my experience was this is a mental skills coach. So the fitness guy, we're looking out there now. The fitness guy is taking the warm up. A lot of those, most of the guys out there at the moment are at a reasonably similar level from a fitness sort of point of view, aren't they? The 1-5% gains can be made by the mental skills coach, and that's what I saw. And every player used it to a different level. But I saw players who would spend a lot of time with the mental skills coach before the game, rather than going out and having 30 shots at goal. That might be one thing, but also going through and whatever sort of visualisation, mental prep they needed to have, or if it was to settle down some anxiety or whatever it was, that's a critical role in elite sport on game day.
So 3 parts of this. One is who's going to pay for it. So there's a soft cap basically in place at the moment. A lot of the clubs have come out and said, what are we meant to do? Is everyone meant to take a haircut essentially to bring on a new psych? The second part is this is an industry that is critically understaffed. Like we are in Australia, and there was government reports and everything put into this last year that basically showed that we're way short on the amount of psychs that we need. And now essentially we're saying, hey, we want to bring in 18 as full-time employees of football clubs. You think, well, they're 18 coming out of the community, where we don't have that many in general to deal with people that have mental health issues that we need to find 18 to come and fulfill those roles. And the third part, I actually feel like a lot more of this should be public than what it is. And I know that it's they'll hide behind the curtain that it's a mental health matter and it's a private thing and everything else. I think when you put the guy out there in front of 75,000 people and he has that kind of an episode, the same way that when Christian Petrarca went out there and had catastrophic internal injuries and the medical staff put him back on the ground, I think what it does more than anything, it says to parents of young kids, it shows them that, hey, if your son or daughter playing our game has this kind of industry, this is how we this kind of injury in our industry, this is how we treat it. And so how do we know for sure that the Petrarca thing's not going to happen again without any kind of detailed explanation? How do we know the Elijah Hollands thing is not going to happen again today or next week or whenever it turns out to be without any kind of change? Or I just feel like it doesn't go far enough to actually explain how and why it happened and why it's never ever going to happen again. And then you've got kids that are, without trying to be too Pollyanna about it, you've got parents out there basically saying, oh, well, maybe we're better off playing basketball or we're better off playing soccer or whatever it turns out to be.
I'll tell you what we are hearing more and more about, Corby, which really surprises me because I come through an era like your dad and this sort of stuff, Wally, when you hid all your emotions. Yeah. Everything was hidden. And no matter how you felt, no one cared anyway, so why bother? You just got on with it. And you didn't want to be a sookie la and all that sort of stuff. Now, I've listened to what players have said in the media, not telling me, but just for general comment. The number of players that have said, I play the game because I'm good at it, not because I love it. I hate match day because my stomach is churned up pre-match. When it's finished, I'm relieved. And I heard just recently, this wasn't on air, this was me talking to someone, a former player, a teammate of yours, I won't name him, said, I was that nervous pre-match. He said, I just hated the match itself until the siren went. Then I took a deep breath and went, oh, good, the game's over, but I'm good at what I do and I get paid well for what I do. What you've just said then about the psychs, if that's mandated by the AFL, there cannot be a reduction of club expenses to fit someone in. And as you said, there's not a lot out there and you've got to pay them well to leave private land to come into a football club. And with what the AFL make, and now we're seeing things where players are uninsured, basically uninsured through mental and concussions, and that's through the insurers that are doing it. That figure, I'll round the figure off and say let's say it's 150 grand, and I've got no idea what these blokes are. That has to be 200,000, whatever. That has to be approved by the AFL and perhaps even paid by the AFL via the dividends, and said, because you don't want anyone hasn't got a lot of money to go, we'll get someone down the road who's not that good. It's got to be the best people you can get, paid for by the AFL, and then it's not a cost to the club, it's a cost to the AFL. And if they don't want to see these things happen again, that's the best thing. And that encourages then young kids, you spot on. I'm a grand. You've got Your mum and dad have got 9 grandchildren. I've got 10. And all I did last night was travel around Melbourne watching basketball again this morning before this, and football again tomorrow. And there's always, I come across these parents, they all go, oh, look, they're going to play soccer. Or they're going to, oh, look, I'm so glad he's got basketball because I don't want him in that football environment. And you think, oh, really? We've got to be careful about this game.
You talk about your even, from when I started, it went from, sports psych's office down the other end of the hallway to the senior coaches, door closed, there maybe one day a week, to 15, hopefully to now, sports psych, office next to the coaches, door open all the time. Critical part of your kit bag. They train the house down, they do all their physical skills, they go into the gym, and then you go into the mental gym, and that can be the difference between... Everyone's going to turn up with butterflies, but that can be the difference between controlling it, having a set shot, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And so I'm surprised and disappointed if that's fallen by the wayside a bit in the last 4 or 5 years because of the COVID impact on footy.
And we use that as an excuse, COVID. Yeah. The costs are down.
It's non-negotiable.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. The other thing is there's just, as I said before, there's not so many of them out there where you kind of feel... is this the best answer for the AFL? And I know there's so much going on behind the scenes. They've got to protect themselves from all these legalities, and it feels like so much of the decision-making is tied up in that, which sort of makes you roll your eyes and you think, sometimes we just need, plain speaking on these matters to cut through to the everyday person. But whether that's the right answer, whether it's, are we better off, making sure that someone's mandated on game day and, once a week or whatever it turns out to be, rather than full-time at 18 clubs where you think now we've got to find 18 full-time psychs to basically make their way into the AFL system that we're pulling off the street to essentially look after our footballers. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Don't forget, ABC AFL Daily is the place where you can catch up on any show that you missed during the week. So you can find it streamed on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts. So ABC AFL Daily. There's 5 episodes a week. You get a full round preview with Brett Delidio on a Friday morning. You get this show, the award-winning AFL Saturday, on Saturdays. Every match and the big talking points on Sunday nights with Ben Cameron and Daniel Harford. Monday nights, Mark Murphy joins us in the studio, so that's all there on AFL Monday. And then the footy show review. The big footy shows on the Monday night across all the TV networks. We take out all the best grabs, pull it all apart with Bob Murphy and myself on a Tuesday. So you can find that through ABC AFL Daily. Phil from Adelaide, as we hit the phones, 1300 558 222. Hello, Phil.
Yeah, g'day, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. I was just wondering what the thoughts are by you guys about whether Carlton did exactly what they thought was the best thing for Elijah Hollins in the moment. And are we being too critical of the Carlton Football Club for what they thought was the best course of action on the night of the incident?
It's a fair question. Yeah, and I think that would certainly be part of their argument. And a lot of the time, and when we obviously don't know what's happened behind the scenes, a lot of the time, Mick, you talk about players' anxiety towards a game. A lot of the times it can be the release too. So, these players that are perhaps struggling with things outside of footy or just with challenges around mental health, they get their release on the weekend. So perhaps that's been the case. Yeah. And that was part of the reason why, they didn't really detect anything too untoward from a player who's been in this position. And
so they didn't have a psych there on the day.
That's the one for me that and I'm not blaming them. I think sounds like that's reasonably consistent across the competition. To me, that's the lowest hanging fruit.
Yeah. And without believing any of the reporting, say you just believe what Carlton have told us. Carlton have told us that he suffered a mental health episode. So then it asks the question, should someone who's suffering a mental health episode be on the field? And I think we all agree, probably the answer is no. So then why wasn't that able to be detected, I guess, on match day or earlier? Perhaps, you said we sort of had more of an inkling around halftime early in the third quarter. Even at that stage, he went back out on the ground in the fourth quarter.
And ultimately, that brings about the punishment. And I do think that the fact that they've accepted it, albeit without completely mea culpa, I think that they would agree. I think that it needed to be detected.
Let's take this call. Pat McGrory has rung in, who's a psychiatrist who's been good enough to give us a call on 1300 558 222. Pat, appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a quick one. We've worked a lot with the AFL over the years around mental health and still involved with them, and I think they are very concerned about it. They've got a great psychologist, Kate Hall, who works with a whole range of stakeholders in the space. But I suppose the main point I would like to say is a lot of the debate is about, the pressures of AFL footy and the special things that happen with elite athletes or sports people of all types. And we've done a lot of research on that. But the main point to make is these are young men in the peak period of risk for mental ill health and even more serious forms of mental illness. This is the time in the lifespan when people are very, very vulnerable to the onset of mental illness and mental ill health. So that's something that, it's their main health problem, actually, apart from getting injured in footy. So it's got to be taken. I think Mick was onto this a minute ago. You don't just refer people to any old psychologist or any old clinician. It's got to be people who really understand these issues, and they're specialists in this area. So I don't know whether putting the psychologist into the club is the right way, or whether you set up these centres like you have for knee reconstructions that are really top quality outside of the club, but whether young men and young women can be referred to for expert help. So I just want to make that point. We've had a lot of discussions along these lines with the AFL. We're going to be talking to them again next week. So I think it's really got some momentum, and hopefully we can do something positive here.
What would you do, Pat?
I think my personal view is that, I've talked to the AFL for 15 years about having a mental health round. That was one issue that would really help to get the issue acknowledged as the main health problem, not just for footballers, but for the whole country in this age group. And the government's doing that stuff in that space. So that'd be one thing. Second thing would be to try to develop expert centres, mental health, medical expert centres to deal with this health problem, like you have with knee reconstructions or all kinds of sporting injuries. There are experts in those spaces. So to build up that expertise across the country would be really great, not just for AFL, but for all sports.
Pat, appreciate your insights.
Thanks very much.
And Pat McGorry, who's just given us a buzz, who's a psychiatrist. He's also a former Australian of the Year, going back to 2010 as well. So appreciate his insights on 1300 558 222.
Yeah, again, just talking to my own experience and a couple of years at Essendon, worked pretty closely. And I'm happy to name that they had a mental skills coach by the name of David Reid, who was a qualified psych and had a lot of experience working in sport as well. Did some work with the Australian cricket team and was working with some of the IPL teams, Corby at the time. And I couldn't speak, but what I observed from him and how the players, went from being a little bit hesitant, we'll call it at the start, to, within a year, him being as critical a part of working with him being as critical a part of their kit bag as it was.
You saw a clear cause and effect?
And he sat on the bench. I saw a cause and effect, and I know some of those Essendon players at the time would absolutely agree with me there. So from what I've seen, I think they're out there. I don't think he works there any longer, but that sort of person working full-time, as I said, mental skills was built into the weekly calendar. It wasn't an optional thing. It was, you go and do your gym work, you do your recovery, and then you're in for mental skills, both from a team point of view, and then he worked really closely with individuals. And I saw that. I saw the impact that had. Now, that was, again, was 6-8 years ago now.
Well, we had one at Collingwood.
David Stiff?
David Stiff. Yeah. That was... I left there at Collingwood in 2011.
Yeah.
So he was there for a few years.
Yeah, he was great.
It's quite amazing though what you don't know about players. And a very brief story. The training camps are probably legendary, where you just take players the whole squad away, but then you draft players, and they haven't been on that camp. So we used to have our little camps, and I remember trying to get. And I think one of the secrets to it is to have players talk and open up, and you'd have 5 or 6 players. You had your fitness advisor and yourself. And I remember one player unbelievably said, I'm still grieving. And we've gone, what? He said, I'm a girlfriend suicide a couple of weeks ago.
Wow.
No one knew. And he lived with his grandmother, who died she died 6 weeks earlier than that. No one knew. So these are some of the burdens that some players carry. Thankfully, we got these players talking about, so therefore a David Stiff type person would have jumped on and hopefully worked through to get that kid little bit more settled into the environment. But some of them have got massive burdens that you are totally unaware of, and not necessarily all as dramatic as that.
No.
But just home life, schooling, football, not succeeding, and might even have a sister or brother that's high achiever, you're coming underneath, and the pressures from the family itself. So anyway, there's a million things.
13 11 14 is the number for Lifeline if you find any of these conversations troubling. Our number here, 1300 558 222, is the talkback number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. The Dockers, what a win back on Thursday night. A come-from-behind victory. They're the spruik team of the competition. And Sam Mitchell afterwards was left just to ponder what went wrong for his Hawks.
We knew we were going to be up against it and we were going to have to play 120 minutes and unfortunately 90 won't get it done against the Dockers. And we learnt that lesson. Hit us right in the face, to be fair.
It certainly did. 11 scoring shots to 1 in the final quarter. Fremantle's way. They trailed by as many as 21. They get home by 15 in front of the Purple Army back on Thursday night. And their senior coach, Justin Longmuir, joins us on the program with his team top of the tree this Saturday. Justin, appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us again on ABC Sport.
No worries, Corbin. G'day, lads.
How about that the other night? How do you reflect on it now that you've had a couple of nights to sleep on it?
Oh, like every game. Yeah, look at the positives, look at the negatives. Thought we played some pretty good footy. There's probably a couple of aspects of the game that were letting us down at half time. But yeah, once we got the game on our terms, especially back into the third quarter and at the start of the last, I thought we were one goal away from breaking it open. And once we got that one goal, the sort of floodgates opened and the dam wall broke, so to speak. So, the last quarter was extraordinary. I don't think we could have played much better, to be honest. Up until the last two chains of the game, every chain that we had went inside forward 50. So we gave our forwards a lot of supply, put Hawthorn under a lot of pressure. And, so once we got that goal and we got on a run.
Nearly 55,000 in the house. It felt like Matthew Pavlich's famous quote all those years ago about put on your Superman capes, it's Wharfie time. Basically, Wharfie time's become this great expression, obviously, in the Fremantle Football Club over the last 20, 25 years or so. But it started flashing on the screen the other night, and it felt like the noise in the place was as loud as you've ever heard it. I wasn't lucky enough to be there, but you could hear it sort of pumping through the radio on the television sets. Who controls when that sign goes up, and what kind of alter ego comes over this group? As it feels like they go from Clark Kent to all of a sudden some kind of superhero power in that particular moment. Now, who decides when Wharfie time flashes on the screen?
Not me. I would have had it going halfway through the second quarter to try and give us a lift. So they don't trust me with that button. The timing's a unique one, and we've used it a little bit over the last probably 3 years. And it's usually when we're getting on a run, and we just need the crowd to get a little bit more involved. And it's a great concept. I don't know whether it won us the game on the weekend. I thought we were coming, and we thought we had a lot of the game looking right, and we'd sort of started our run. But what it does, I would imagine, is spook the opposition a little bit, because the noise level goes to another level, and our crowd's always pretty boisterous anyway, and passionate and in the game. But it goes to another level, and I would imagine the Oppo who haven't seen it before would maybe get a little bit spooked or caught up in it, and therefore it gives us an advantage in that shape. So it's been a good concept, and hopefully we don't play in too many tight games where we need it, but it has been helpful. Yeah.
Justin, well done on so far. Just a couple of things. I was going to ask you about Darcy and Cox v. Cox. It just seems Jackson now, I mean, you talk about capes, if he didn't have one on all night, if he hasn't picked up multiple votes over the last few weeks, he's been extraordinary for you. And probably the greatest thing he did would have been right in front of you with that smother in the last quarter. I mean, for a big bloke to get down there and do that. But he's outstanding. So just one thing, if you can say, where do you see Darcy with the new rules, and Cox, I guess you can't have both on the same side. And the other one was, this might be a negative, just watching the game, I thoroughly enjoyed the game, but I thought your side in particular were very, very poor in your tackling. I just thought, and I've noticed it over the last, look, I don't think I'd like to say it's not a West Australian thing because the grounds are so cherry ripe generally that the game is not exactly closed up, and it's when you get to Melbourne, the games tend to get closed up. But that game's Hawthorn want to close it up, and I was amazed at how many times they broke your first tackle. Is that being too harsh?
No, I think that's fair and accurate. And some, there's been probably a little bit of an issue the last couple of weeks, if not three weeks. Hawthorn are very good at standing up in the tackle. I thought we tackled well at stoppage, but once they got into open play, we missed a lot of tackles. We lost our feet in a lot of tackles, and that had contributed to them going through the corridor on us, which was probably our major problem. We were letting them through the corridor way too easy, and Gunston had the whole 50 to work in, and we hung our deep backs out to dry with that, and definitely our tackling played a big part in that. It was actually something I mentioned to the players at three-quarter time. It might sound really simple, lads, but keeping our feet in our tackles is going to be important, and spending time over ground balls is going to be important. I don't know whether that had a say in it, but we definitely tackled a lot better in the last quarter, and ground ball was elite. So it's a good observation, Nick. And on your first point, I thought back into last year when Sean was in really good form and fit, and we were using him in limited game time in the first half and keeping him fresh in the second half, and he was coming on and having a real impact and being able to use his strength in the second half, which was giving us a real bonus, and it was allowing us to use Luke as a midfielder. But since Coxie's come into the team, we've been able to spread his game time out through the ruck, and it's been probably purely a second ruck aspect to his game, even though he started in the ruck in the last quarter on the weekend. It's been a second ruck role, but he's been able to go forward and give us an aerial target. And just with his height, he really challenges the opposition. And I've been a bit disappointed that he hasn't got a couple of free kicks that he's got, because when he gets a run and jump at it, it's very hard to stop. And opposition defenders have to slope an arm, or they have to put their tallest defender on him, which frees up an opportunity for JT to get the second defender. So it gives us another option in the forward line. I've been really happy with his contest the last 2 weeks. He dropped a few marks in his first game, but his contest has improved a lot in the last couple of weeks as a forward and aerial all over the ground. And he's just given us a different aspect,
Yeah, sure. No, I can see that. Now, this puts you on the spot. Which one do you take in?
Yeah, well, there's still probably a month to go until Sean's available. Okay. So it's going to be on Sean to get his form up to a level that pushes Coxie out of the ruck, out of that role. So that's on Sean, and it's on us to make sure we get him fit and give him best opportunity to come back and perform.
Yeah, well done.
Justin, you play with a lot of good players in your time at Freo, and I'm sure you've coached a lot as well, both in your build-up to becoming a senior coach. Have any had quite the impact over their first year and a bit as a young Murphy Reid?
Oh, it's hard to answer that. Apart from to say, I can't think of anyone off the top of my head that has come in and had that impact. He's just a super kid, great attitude, has wanted to improve all parts of his game. He's happy with whatever role we put him in. Clearly, we want him transitioning into the midfield, but in his words, he's in no hurry and he's happy playing whatever role the team asks him to. He's just such a competitor. He just wants the ball in his hands, and there's no moment in the game which is too big for him. So he's had a big impact on us on the field, but off the field as well. And I can't speak any more highly of him. He's got some aspects of his game that he knows he needs to work on, but he's working on them really diligently. But his work with ball in hand is up there with the best we've got.
Unbelievable. I think he's only 19, a partner in crime, someone you gave a little bit up for, but you must be really pleased with the output from Shea Bolton in particular this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He played some unbelievable games for us last year, and his best footy was really good. What he's done this year is he's become more consistent week in, week out. And like I said, with Murph, he's just happy to play whatever role the team needs. He's splitting his time between midfield and forward, and him, Murph, and Youngie are working really well together because they're all playing 50-50, probably about 50-50 mid forward at the moment, and they're working really well together to throw some different things at the opposition. So Bolts has been terrific.
Justin Longmuir, the coach of the Dockers, with us on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Just before you joined us, Justin, we were chatting about that the AFL's mandate during the week to have psychs at all of the footy clubs in the fallout to the Elijah Hollands episode and Carlton's internal investigation. Angie Bain, who's worked at your football club for a long period of time, can you tell us a little bit about her and what she does in and around the Fremantle group?
Yeah, she does work across the whole footy club, across wellbeing of staff and players. Probably more closely aligned with the AFLW players at the moment. Outside Joe Ayres and before that Neil McLean have probably been the main psychs that have dealt with the AFL team. And I'm not 100% across the mandates that the AFL have proposed, but it's something that we take really seriously at the club and have also always invested in the well-being of not only our players but also our staff who do an amazing job and sacrifice a lot throughout the year as well.
Are your psychs there on game day?
Yeah, they are. Yep.
Yeah. And is that beneficial to have them there? And I guess where would they be when the game's going on? Are they on the bench? Are they upstairs? Are they post game? What does that actually look like in practice?
So I actually sit in the coach's box. And it's probably more of a performance. Well, it's clearly more of a performance thing than a mental health thing on game day. Because the Elijah Hollands situation is a unique one and one we don't see very often, if ever before. So it's mainly a performance thing, and our psychs might, or Joe might just give me a tap on the shoulder at a break and say, I've noticed this about this player, or noticed this about the group from a mental skills point of view, and that might help my messaging at quarter time or half time.
And would they chat direct with the players in game?
At times. It's probably more through the coaches during games. Pre-game, they would talk directly to the players and maybe at half time, but in the game and at the quarter time breaks in particular, it'd probably be messaging through the assistant coaches.
Team's humming, Justin. We're all jumping aboard. Don't worry about that. We love what you're doing with the Dockers at this stage. Appreciate your time as always on ABC Sport. Good luck the rest of the way. Hopefully we chat a little closer to the spring.
Well done, Justin.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Justin Longmuir, the coach of the all-conquering Fremantle Dockers, on top of the tree at 8-1. Interesting insight. Every club does it differently about what their psychs do and where they are on game day.
But they're there. That's the interesting thing. What Paulie said. They're at the game. It's hard to watch it on TV and then try to make a decision on Monday morning. So I just can't see how you could possibly. It's like coaching all week and saying, "Oh, look, I'll just watch from TV." So you've got to have that person there. Give me match day. That's. I reckon Mondays, Fridays, match days. You probably let's say match day Saturday, because your lead up is you may have just come off a game where you've been in the seconds, or you may well be dropped. So it's important on the Friday morning to understand you've been dropped. Now, how are you going to, so the moment it's Friday, match day, and certainly the follow-up on the Sunday or Monday.
I've crunched you for time, but give me your best 40 seconds on the Bulldogs. What impressed you about them getting over the line? They led all night. Yeah. Then Port got even. And they had to win it again late with a couple of behinds.
Well, I'm going to say that the Sabres did very well against Keilor. I was watching the basketball, watching my under 18 precious granddaughters play basketball last night. I've had a grandson this morning, but let me just say I was listening because I've got a great interest in the Dogs.
You do.
I also feel that Joshy Carr has done a fantastic job at Port. And I know this might say they've lost 4 games by 3 points or less, and where could they be? No, as Bully said before, that's the result. I reckon the Dogs, and I listened to Luke Beveridge this morning say that you have to learn to win again, and that's important.
Yeah, they just had to win, had to get over the line.
So that was absolutely outstanding to be able to absorb on a ground that was pretty good. So it's not as if you have got the bog and you can just keep the ball in front of you. You've got to be able to score. So well done to the Dogs, but I think that Port should also get a bit of a tick.
And we'll talk about both of your man, Scott Pendlebury, plenty more in a fortnight as he is about to go through the 432-game barrier tonight. Thank you, Mick. Enjoy your Saturday.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir. And have a good one this afternoon.
Ballie's sticking around the footy on deck, North Melbourne and Sydney. Catch up through ABC AFL Daily if you missed it.
The Assembly returns.
Our student journalists are back.
It's a really beautiful question.
To interview Andy Lee, Jessica Malboy and more.
You guys are superstars.
The brand new season of The Assembly. Streaming now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running. From 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goal square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match. All season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Saturday afternoon footy, 30 years on since North Melbourne lifted the Gold Premiership Cup in 1996. They got the same opponent today. They're at the other end of the table. They're trying to make the bounce after many years down the bottom of the table. They're 4-4, but how far have they really come with wins so far against the bottom 3 and 13th? They get a real litmus test today, as we love to say in footy, against the 7-1 Swans, who held off and held out the Demons last week. They are looking to become the second team to 8 wins after the Fremantle Dockers. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The whole gang is here. How rarely have we said that through the first 10 weeks of the season? Your favourite Saturday afternoon team finally all in one place at the one time. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here to call the game with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Good to be here. We've had availability issues in 2026, and your best ability is availability, and we're all here together, so we love that. My favourite story out of the 1996 grand final actually comes the week before it. So prelim final day, 1 metre Peter Bell had 4 disposals in the afternoon, and Dennis Pagan, after each game, used to like to go through each individual player, and Peter was pretty shrewd, so he thought, look, I'll sit in between the King, Wayne Carey, and Mick Martin, 2 big blokes. Hopefully he'll miss me, I'm quite small. And he said, Wayne, excellent again, 10 marks, 4 goals, you were fantastic. He said, Peter, you've let the opportunity of a lifetime pass you by today, son. And Peter thought, gee whiz, I'm dropped for a grand final. And then on Tuesday at training, Dennis came up to me, he said, Peter, you'll play. Don't worry about it. You'll be better this week. And he was able to move on, and he played in 1996.
Played well too.
Maybe should have won the medal in 1999, but Shannon Grant took that home.
Yeah.
So that's my favourite 96 grand final story.
The rest is history, as they say, with Carey and Lockett both on the same ground on the same day. We were watching a few of those images, Luke Ball, the premiership pie, as we got to the ground, and there was one thing that caught your attention.
Oh, just the ground, the centre square. At what stage? I'm tipping that the drop-in pitch was introduced the year after, because it just looked horrendous, didn't it? And our biggest day of the year, Centennial Grand Final, and the centre square was just hard mud, wasn't it? So anyway, we're a bit spoilt these days, aren't we?
Yeah.
Any sign of mud, and all of a sudden, we need to sack the groundsman these days. So anyway, I'll tell you what, it was a tough game. There were a lot of free kicks that get paid these days that weren't paid on that day. So great players everywhere. It's good to see those sort of flashbacks, isn't it?
One man who was still going through school at that particular time, and then just 4 years later there he would be part of the premiership team for the Essendon Football Club, the youngest Essendon premiership player on planet Earth, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, good afternoon, and I do remember that game fondly because my best mate was a North Melbourne supporter, so he got tickets to that game with his older brother, and it was an experience of a lifetime for him. But Glenn Archer that day, you talk about toughness. That's just a grand final. If you're going out to a grand final, you probably want to run out next to Glenn Archer, and he was just magnificent that day.
Yeah, and you forget too that that was their first one they'd won since '77.
Yep.
So they'd had to wait nearly 20 years to be able to break through.
And they got a Gold Cup.
Yes.
The only Gold Cup
in history. Amazing. And the images of that's obviously the cup still sits at Arden Street. There's a lot of noise always inside the stadium.
Do we need this?
I have no idea. Some guys running through the crowd with a screaming into the PA mic. There's no late change here at Dockland, so North Melbourne made 3 changes at selection. Tom Powell misses through injury. He's played the last 57 games for the Kangas. Doveston and Core also out. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, Constanti comes in to play against the Sydney Swans. Of course, he was listed there. Wardlaw and Will Dawson's back. Meanwhile, for Sydney, Harry Cunningham and Hayden McLean both come into the lineup. Sarong's injured and Curnow is injured.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
It is stunning that people think this is entertainment. North Melbourne and Sydney, the Swans looking to become the second team after Fremantle to get to 8 wins. Let's take it back to Monday. So Sonia Hood joined me in the studio on Raph Epstein's program, of course, on ABC Melbourne. And I asked her about a comment that she made in the pre-season relating to her Kangaroos. She wrote to members and said, look, the potential phase is over. We aren't looking for brief flashes anymore. So I asked her the question quite simply, have we seen more than brief flashes so far from the Kangaroos?
Absolutely. And again, the last quarter against Geelong was the first time I saw us actually drop our heads. We haven't done that all season. We have been in every game. I would argue that the decision that saw the goal get paid in the GWS game that wasn't a goal and a 7-point margin, I won't blame the ARC because you clean up your own mistakes in the game first. But we haven't been in a game for ever to be decided by an umpiring decision. That's heady territory, that.
So they've beaten Port, who are 13th. They've also beaten Essendon, Carlton and Richmond, who are the bottom 3. Yeah. Have we seen more than brief flashes, do you think?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but I think you look at their victories and they're not against any real contenders, I would say, this season. I think today's a great test for them. Charlie Curnow out of the team for the Swans, so obviously one of their prime movers. Sydney are in red-hot form at the moment. Also, are they good enough? Like, this is where you talk about those potential flashes. Well, you want the consistency now, and a game like today, I think, is a great opportunity to show that.
The last time North Melbourne were in the finals positions this late in the season was 2016. They were first on the ladder at that point, 8-0 on the season. But at no point since then have they been in the finals positions this late into a season, so heading into round 9. And as it stands at the moment, they're only there courtesy of the wildcard positions because they're sitting 10th at 4-4.
This late into the season seems a funny statement, doesn't it? Round 9, we're not even halfway there. But I mean, it tells the tale, doesn't it? So you're right, Ramo, really good opportunity today. They potentially come up a team who has some vulnerabilities, a few players out you mentioned. I think, the squad mentality, some handy replacements from the Swans' point of view, but you look at this Kangaroos team on paper and still, we think they're pretty strong through the middle, aren't they? So that's going to be a great battle. The Cherry-Grundy battle, terrific. The ground level battle, great to see Wardlaw back to go head-to-head with Warner and Heaney and these sort of types. So you feel like they should be able to compete there. It's still at either end of the ground, isn't it, where the questions remain from this Kangaroos team. So if they can't at least halve that midfield battle, put pressure on the Swans corridor game, that back six, as a lot of back sixes have this year, are going to really struggle against the Swans forward line. And then can they penetrate and move the ball with efficiency enough to be able to trouble the Swans at the other end of the ground?
Well, I think what the Swans are doing now, they've really worked on that forward handball. So, highest metres gained in the competition with forward handball. But Bally briefly mentioned the Grundy-Sherry battle. That, to me, will sort of dictate, who gets the territory gain. And now Grundy's been in terrific form, Sherry's been in terrific form, but also probably determine who's the second best ruckman in the comp as well.
Can I just pick up on that forward handball chat? So the competition average is 300 metres gained for handball. Sydney averaged 659 metres gained.
I think they had 900 last week.
900 last week against Melbourne. Now,
that's a weapon with the stand rule.
Yeah, the experts in the competition are falling over themselves to tell you how good it is and how important it can be for Sydney. Ryan O'Keefe, who doesn't mind swimming upstream, was very strong last week on the game I did up in Sydney that this can be a problem come finals when the pressure is hot.
Yep.
Teams bring the forward pressure. It only takes one handball to break down. Is there any level of concern in that?
Well, what you're doing is you're testing the opposition's defence to see whether they are prepared to come up at you. Now, if they come up at you, well, you've got to absorb the contact. If they don't, it just opens the whole ground up. So tell me who's the best team at coming forward in defence at the moment. Off the top, you can't think of one off the top of your head who it is.
Not many. Melbourne are not bad at it. I mean, they did it last week against them and were right in the game.
So until a team actually goes, okay, we're not going to allow that.
Yep.
Sydney just continue on their merry way. They're 300 metres more gained than any other team.
Brisbane will keep it off them with their kick mark game, so Sydney might not have as many chances to have.
I think the only team that comes forward consistently is Fremantle.
Ooh, okay. So it could be a good matchup against Sydney, you think?
Yeah.
Premiership pecking order, who's your top three?
I still think the Lions' best is better than anyone's.
You've got to beat them. That's the starting point.
Got to go through there, and then at the moment it's Sydney and Freo. Yeah.
Give me a ranking for 2 and 3.
Oh, have they played yet? No, they haven't played each other yet, have they?
Probably Sydney too.
I think the Swans, but to that point, to Rama's point, they haven't. This game style hasn't really been tested yet. It was a little bit last week. You're right, and they looked vulnerable, didn't they? Melbourne. Getting them back the other way looked really dangerous. So the tests will come, but at the moment the Swans have got a weapon, haven't they? And they're utilising it really well.
I've got Freo at 2. I think if you add Bolton and Hayden Young into the mix consistently through that midfield, it's just it's adding layers, further layers. You look at Luke Jackson on Thursday night, what he was able to do in that last quarter. Look, Sydney are good. Look, to North Melbourne today, they have to stop Heaney. He's in stunning form at the moment.
Blakey.
They have to stop Nick Blakey off half-back. And then can Sherry break even or beat Grundy?
Yeah, I mean, you add Gordon to this mix too. I mean, he's one of, if not the most important Swan.
I don't even think Chad Warner's hit his straps yet this season.
Right. Yeah. Again, for the Swans, the question still is at either end of the ground. Have they solved their defensive challenges, I think, with Melican and Young Edwards is doing a reasonable job back there now. But, again, those tests will come. And then Curno's not out there today, but they need more from him. They need more, they need 50 to 60 goals out of him.
Consistency out of him.
I understand that the flow-on effect, the ripple effect they've been able to score with him taking the key target. We'll see how they go today without him.
Freo have got 30 years of a burden of the history behind them, but for Sydney, this playing group alone has got the monkey on its back on grand final day.
Absolutely.
So at least Fremantle doesn't have the same scarring that this current Sydney version do.
Yeah, Rampy and Lloyd alone have lost 4 grand finals, which is a big burden to carry. Ray Chamberlain is downstairs, the lumberjack, but not quite ready.
Not yet.
He's got the lumberjack jacket on today, doesn't he?
Well, he said to me he's been in the trenches this week. He's had a tough week, Ray, but...
Why was he ready? Is he chatting? What's he on the... He's on the... Huh?
A few little technical issues.
Stop past the Kangaroos' 30-year reunion to have a...
Technical gremlins. The universe is trying to stop us all being together on Saturday afternoon footy, but...
Come on, Chambo.
They won't be successful. You'll hear from Ray throughout. It is North Melbourne and Sydney. How far have the Roos come? We're about to find out. You're with Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Sherry and Grundy. Grundy taps it down. Warner, his kick slews off the side of the boot. Ends up with Sherry. He'll whack it long inside 50 for North. Pack form, spoiled away by Melican. At the fall of the ball, Edwards gets rid of it to Mills. Now Roberts, sweeping handball. McInerney keeps it moving forward. There is that forward handball. And a lizard on the loose. Blakey goes for a gallop. Kicks out wide, very wide out. And Amati marks on the surging lead. And we've got the throwback scoreboard from 1996 on Gil McLaughlin's sexy big screens here at Docklands.
Oh, don't mind that. Amati's kicked an absolute wounded duck inside 50, picked off by Parker of the Roos. Handball away to Davies Uniacke. Cold turnover, kicks it straight to Roberts. And he lays it off by hand to the run of Rampy, who then settles and decides to kick off the left foot inside 50, punched away by Zurha. Again in defence today, Curtis, handball back to Zurha, crunching tackle of Marty. Ball comes out, Warner tackle dispossessed. Still there to be one, middle of the ground. Mills hits it hard, rolled over in the tackle by Sheasel. And now the umpire's going to come in as a pack of 5 or 6 form in the middle of Docklands.
Up it goes in the middle. Sherry palms it out. Tracking after it there is Heaney. 2 overzealous, gives away a free kick. Going the way of Constanti there, the former Swan himself, as he kicks out wide to McKercher. Now McDonald. Left foot kick inside 50 for North Melbourne, going back. Edwards takes the defensive mark for Sydney. Handball to Mills, handball to Rampy, kick into the middle of the ground. McInerney's in a heap of space.
He's having a career year too, is Justin McInerney. He's off and running, takes it down, superb kick. Just hits Papley right in front of his eyes, who marks it true centre-half forward.
Well, you can see, Rama, just the instinctive give, get the ball in motion, get the energy on the ball, and then you spoke about their ability to access the corridor this year. Gee, if the Kangaroos are going to leave that highway open today, they are in for a tough day. This defence is going to be under all sorts of pressure, and you're right, Justin McInerney, he's been one of the big beneficiaries of this little tweak in style of play for the Swans this year. He's having a super year. That was an absolute bullet.
And Papley's got his 2 1s and his number 11 very close together, as his kick here is wild out to the left. In the end, it's lucky to score. In fact, it doesn't. Almost picked off by Logan McDonald on the line. Cleared away by Parker. Out to half-back. Simpkin ends up with it. Gives it to Sheasel. It's still live footy. Handball goes back to Parker. Ugly kick inside the defensive 50. Turnover. Lloyd, his hand pass knocked down by O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan gets it, gives it to Davies Uniacke, north of half-back.
Yeah, just darts through them, gives it off to McDonald. Kicks around the edge of the square. Jack Darling in good position. Melican spoils off his knuckle. Centre half back for Sydney. Rampy wins the footy. Handball to McInerney. Handball to Grundy running through the middle. Just gets a handball away. Bouncing ball for Wicks. Can't trap it first time. Worried out of it by Davies Uniacke. Curtis gives it back to LDU. Now kick across the square out wide. And Stevens, the former Swan, takes off with it.
Roberts, his direct opponent, slipped over. It opens upfield. Darling receives the kick and takes the mark. 30 out directly in front.
It was an ambitious kick by LDU there. But Roberts, yeah, as you said, Corb, just slipped over at that critical moment where he couldn't get himself back into the contest. And then North just had the numbers going forward.
Number 1 tackle breaker in the comp, Luke Davies Uniacke. He's already broken 2. And that was a critical 50-50 ball, wasn't it? The middle of the ground. And you're right, dangerous kick, but open forward line. Larkey was on his own in the square as well, but Darling needs to go back and kick this.
In front of the 1996 Premiership heroes, Jack Darling makes it the perfect start for the Kangas. He kicks the first of the day. North Melbourne 1 straight. Sydney yet to score. No late change coming in. 4 minutes in. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Our Premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, you're sort of looking to start the game. Well, what's the matchups? Where's the weak points for each team? But it really looks like North Melbourne are going to sort of go head-to-head here with the Swans at the moment. Parker's obviously playing back. Again, has had a couple of early touches in this game. Davies Uniacke has been involved early in this game. So the signs are there. I think with a up-and-coming team, you're looking for energy and effort early in the game, and I think North Melbourne's certainly been there.
Dylan Stevens, ex-Swan. Benny, it feels like, is there a little bit of a players that play for both clubs opportunity for this one today?
There certainly is. There's 3 out there for North today that played for Sydney, including Jacob Constanti, who has a checkered history and wrestles with Callum Mills.
Yeah. A couple of famous ones too.
Did he get a game for the Swans?
No, he didn't, no.
Made his debut at North.
Secondary ball up in the middle. Grundy winning the tap down. Sheasel hacks it out. It ricochets away to Davies Uniacke. After Colby McKercher wrenched off his kick. Happily ends up with it, turns it over. Finn O'Sullivan's handball too hot for Davies Uniacke. All of this at centre half forward here for Sydney. McInerney coming through, somehow gets a handball away. Papley, he's stripped of it. Umpire letting them rumble. North end up with the footy through Curtis. Runs into a tackle.
Oh.
Hospital handball to Davies Uniacke. And there is Callum Mills in a wrestle, in a tackle, taking down LDU. North by 1 goal. The only score of the game, 5.5 minutes in.
The ball hits the deck. Grundy hands it out to Warner. Hand pass away to Heaney. Loads up from 55. Heaney goals. The superstar on the run with the home run drop punt. And knocks it through to tie the game. 6 minutes in, 1 straight 6 apiece. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a hot footy, Rammer. Hot footy, can't fumble. And that passage of play leading up to that goal, there were about 6 fumbles of the footy from both clubs, must be said, but certainly the Kangaroos' point of view, Luke Davies Uniacke in particular. And when the footy's hot, it's amazing how often that the class players, Warner here, getting the handball out, quick handball out, clean hands from Heaney, and then off about 3 steps, goes bang from 55. That's the champ at his best.
That handball from Warner.
Yeah, bang.
Just one from Bucky off the SMS, and that, folks, is why I no longer go to AFL games. Some loon blowing into a mic, flashing lights and music blasting after goals is not my idea of a good time. Bucky, nice to have you with us.
I'm with you, Bucky.
Just get here right on the bounce then.
I'm getting old and grumpy. Even then, after goals, it's just...
Oh, come on, Ben.
I'm old and grumpy as Finn O'Sullivan hacks it inside 50 for North. Sydney under pressure by zigging, zagging, kicking on his non-preferred beyond the defensive arc. Misses the target, allows in North through McDonald. Taps it on to O'Sullivan, kicks infield. Good kick for Davies Uniacke. Attacking point of the square here for North. Kicks back towards the bullseye and finds Caleb Daniel. Daniel with the low drop punt towards the hot spot, looking for a marker. Edwards punches it away, and the first responder is Blakey. Now Sydney off halfback, handball to Heaney.
He gives it away to Mills. Hand pass inside to McInerney. Running in a wave here, the Swans. Extra handball to Wicks. 1 bounce, darts away from Wardlaw. Kick superb. And that is Sydney at their very best. Logan McDonald marking right half forward, 30 out.
Well, that's why they're the best team in the comp at the moment, or one of, if not. And I think they got a run to young Edwards there. That spoil, doesn't it just clear the congestion? There was a massive players back inside 50 for the Kangaroos, but big spoil, and then their ability just to pounce on the loose ball and flick it with hands. And again, we're going to keep saying it, Ramo, that centre corridor, if that is open for business all day, it is going to be a tough day for the Kangaroos.
Logan McDonald to finish it all off. The drop punt is pure. Superb team footy from the Swans. 2 straight to 1 straight. We're 8 minutes into the opening term, and Saturday afternoon football would not be complete with our near 400-game AFL umpire who rides the boundary for us, man who's officiated in 3 grand finals. Ray Chamberlain's here. G'day, Razor.
G'day, Corb. Some things are worth the wait, mate. Good to be here.
Just observations of the day. Firstly, how'd you go with the pre-game entertainment?
Look, unlike Ben, I can roll with it. So, I'm a 70s child. We're quick adapters.
And the third team out there today, how have they gone on the weekend so far, the Men in Green?
Yeah, no, we have a couple of cracking games, and I hope we're going to get one here today. One thing I have noticed sitting here in a little bit of silence, not having anything to do other than watch, is you don't want to miss your tackles on half-back against the Swans.
No.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Umpires Fisher, Jones, Howarth and Adair in charge of this one. Neither ruck decisive. O'Sullivan for North. Handball backfed towards Davies Uniacke. He goes out wide. Stevens comes infield. O'Sullivan spikes it on volleyball style. Wicks attacks it. Ricochets away. Heaney can't gather. Now they go in. McKercher. He's over the footy. Ball spits out. Picked up by Wardlaw. Gets it out to Spargo. Cuts back into the mark. Gets a handball away to Davies-Uniacke. North inside 50. McKercher twisting, turning. Back to Davies-Uniacke. Now Zerha likes the look from 50. Whacks it through. Scores level again as the Bull hammers it home. 2 straight 12 apiece, 9 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. This is a hot one.
Yeah, and I really like that from North Melbourne because they're just not there to, okay, we're going to absorb the tackle and get a restart with the stoppage. They're trying to free their arms to try to clear that little inner 1 metre circle there. And it was 3 handballs that had to be in close there for North Melbourne to release Zerha on the outside there. So terrific play by the Kangaroos. Like, obviously, Sydney are a team renowned for their pressure. But North Melbourne at the moment, they're happy to test it.
Such a factor, isn't it, in modern footy, the ability to absorb or break a tackle versus actually making the tackle. We spoke to Justin Longmuir and the Dockers' inability to do that the other night. It's such a big part of modern footy. And Davies-Uniacke again.
How's this one from Fran off the SMS? Go the Kangas. Thanks for the call. What is Peter Bell doing these days? He's working for the WAFC, isn't he?
He is, the WA Footy Commission, 1 metre Peter, and just keeping himself busy.
Yep, that's where you'll find him these days. Thanks, Fran. As Sherry gives a handball away to Blamires, kicks inside the forward 50. And ball spills underneath the pack, and we'll have a ball up centre half forward.
You happy with you calling him 1 metre, Peter?
Yeah.
Well, we've stood back to back, and I'm marginally taller. So
you look up to him. I've seen you two together.
I don't.
Wardlaw from the Kangas hands it out to Luke McDonald. He kicks to full forward for North. They come from all directions. Spills off the pack. Curtis in the pocket. Curtis dart back inboard, trying to feed it to Stevens. Just missed him. Cunningham comes and lends a hand. Collects it half back for the Swans. Handball to Roberts. Spins out of a would-be Zerha tackle. Gives it to Cunningham. Now away to Blakey. Took on Stevens. Back to Cunningham. Finally out of defence. But only as far as Zerha. Puts it back inside. Curtis spills the mark. Comes out Sydney's way and a big clearing kick from Witts. That is a get-out-of-here kick if I've ever seen it.
Just a big spiral that bounces out a player. It would have been a good punt in college football of the NFL, but not here. Kangaroos ball. Combin kicks infield to Blamires. Forward of the logo. Blamires runs away with it. Kicks North back inside 50. Marking contest. Up they go. Whistle. Free kick North. Tristan Sherry receiving it. 25 out. Slight angle to the right. He'll go back and kick for the Sticks.
Well, I can only assume it was for a hold with Grundy. So it didn't even look like he was in the contest, Sherry and Grundy. But this is a strike early in a contest against the other ruckman.
26 contested possessions last week for Tristan Sherry, a record by a ruck, and he's got the finish here. Sherry baby with the goal. 3 straight 18 plays, 2 straight 12. North lead 12 minutes in. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas are premiership pair on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I just caught a little look at the replay, Ram. I'm going to need another look. It didn't look too much in it. It looked like 2 big ruckmen just having a wrestle. Oh, goodness. Jeez. That can't be it.
That's just the show of strength.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
You take the 50-51 or not even that. You get the rub of the green.
What do you reckon, Razor?
Yeah, if you're side on side and there's a bit of bodywork, that's one thing. But if one player assumes front position and the reason why he loses is because a guy wraps his arms around him and throws him back, that's a holding free kick in a marking contest.
Was he in the marking contest, Ray?
If that's not in the marking contest, Rammer, I'm going to go home now.
Okay. I'm learning. It's a learning environment, Ray.
I usually agree with Ray. I'm not sure about that one. But anyway, you take the 50-50s and get the early win.
3 straight to 2 straight. Back in the middle. Free kick going Sydney's way. Rowbottom to take it.
No silly questions, Ray.
I come in peace.
He's Rowbottom, middle of the ground. So Sydney in there. Home jumper with the outline of the Opera House, mostly in red with the white front. Long kick inside the forward 50 from Rowbottom. Punched away by the Roos. McInerney trying to scoop it up. Runs out of room. He's out of play. And North Melbourne, they're in their home jumper, which has the white base. And they got the blue stripes and the blue shorts. 6-point lead for North Melbourne. There was no late change coming in. We usually see the Swans wear their South Melbourne jumper in these parts, but given there'll be too much white out there with white on white, so as a result, they're mostly in red.
Clean back in the team. Going up against Dawson. Comes down for Warner. Squeezes a snap on goal across the face and through for a minor score.
A push.
Little push there from Amadi. So the free kick will go to North in the back pocket. Charlie Comben will be the recipient. So they lead by one straight kick nearing the quarter-hour mark of this opening term.
And that is a clanger. And kick from the out of defence, or trying to bring it back into play from Charlie Comben. He misses Zerha on the switch and the ball tumbles out of bounds. And it's the little simple things. Just switch across the goal face, come out the dock side. Instead, there's a boundary throw-in and a forward 50 stoppage for the Swans. McLean and Dawson. McLean just knocks it straight back out of play. We'll have a throw-in again.
Tom Blamires. Blamires?
Blamires.
Okay. He's got the match up on last week's 7-goal hero, Malcolm Roses. Big job.
I think Costanti has the job on Nick Blakey, so he's just going everywhere with him.
Had to earn his spot back in the team. Jacob Constanti, after a stint in the VFL, played every game last year. Row bottom to Roses, handball away to Jordan, but now outside 50, kicks back into the forward pocket and picked off. And Davies Uniacke jumps in front of Logan McDonald, has it for North Melbourne, last line of defence. Kangas by 6, we're 15 minutes in.
Davies Uniacke, a bit of a flower bag, it works out. Dawson does well to come down with the mark on the back flank.
It's his second one today for LDU.
Retreats back to Parker, another former Swan out there. Premiership player in 2012. Moves it on to Wardlaw, who pokes it to McDonald. Roos in the slow play game here. McDonald kicks up towards half forward, looking for a marker there in Darling. Can't take the mark. Edwards claims it. And the Swans will have it on their back flank. North by 6 points.
Blakey receives a hand pass. Kicks down the wing. Warner leaping up. No marks. Spills to Parker. Handball to Blamires. Runs inside. Kicks to the middle of the ground. Finds McKercher. A little bit of focus on his game during the week. He's in the Kane Corns scope. Runs across the middle of the ground to Docklands, trying to burn off Rowbottom. Does so successfully. Loops a hand pass forward. Little 1-2. Back to McKercher. McKercher with the finish. He just misses.
Jeez.
Give and go with Constanti.
There's a lot of confusion in what Colby McKercher was doing there. But he made it work in the end.
Yep. Love to see him running forward rather than side to side. Back your speed and pace in and
Kangas
ball forward.
Kangas by 7, 16 minutes in.
Blakey with the kick in, of course, a son of a North Melbourne champion in John, and then the ball hits the deck. Fed out by Rowbottom for Sydney. Wardlaw beelines the footy. Lloyd goes and wins it for the Swans, though. Gives it off towards McLean, who gives it off to Blakey, to Rowbottom, back to McLean. Those forward handballs again. Here's James Jordan kicking up to half forward. Amati in good position. Comben does well, brings it to ground. Sheldrick Rose, though, bursts inside 50. Papley, the road runner, kicks towards goal and offline. McDonald drops the mark, through for a minor score. North by 6 points again, 17 travelled. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just lost a bit of his finishing touch, Tom Papley.
Had a bad year with it.
Yeah, he has. Just hasn't lost. Seems to have got the yips, but lost the confidence in his kicking.
Daniel, the exiting kick, looking for O'Sullivan over his head. Trickles out of bounds. Did it get a little fingertip on the way through? It did. Boundary throwing. I mentioned John Blakey. It's a fun way to watch the footy with your premiership teammates. Your son's running around in the opposition. North Melbourne premiership team in 96. And 99 for that matter. Dawson palms it down. O'Sullivan whacks it forward a second time for North. Curtis paddles it out in front once, twice, close to the boundary line. Curtis keeps it alive. Two Swans collide, Jordan and Heaney. Mills goes and wins the Sharon. Feeds it back to Jordan in front of the benches. Sydney down to half forward. Zerha intercepts. Handball to Blamires. He goes back by hand to Comben. Retreats. Daniel lifts a handball over to Simpkin out of defence. Handball to LDU at centre-half back.
Oh, under the pump, works his way out of trouble. Feeds the handball to Finn O'Sullivan. Does the little Finn spin, then kicks back central. And Comben marks. Kicks out very wide to Stevens. Between the back flank and the wing here for North Melbourne. Kangas lead by 6 points. 18 and a half minutes in. Off to Parker, who moves it on to Colby McKercher. Now Davies Uniacke again. High kick to the pocket. Darling in good position. Plucks it. 20 out, very tight angle. 5 in from the boundary line in the right forward pocket. Rammer's dead pocket.
Well, he won't be happy with that, Cal Mills.
Big
that
fresh
should have
air.
been, as a fresh air spoil. Made no body contact with Jack Darling. Darling had Malikan as his direct opponent.
Going with the right foot check side and bending it through. Darling with the double. And North They lead by 2 goals as well. 4-1-25 plays 2-1-13. Nearing time on opening terms. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, in the end, the mark made the entry look good, didn't it? But it was the way they moved the ball, Rammer. It was almost Sydney-like. Yeah. It was Parker, the handball over the top. LDU's having a terrific start to the game. What's he up to? 11 possessions already. The Swans have got to do something about that. But he was involved out of half-back and then continued to push forward. But it was the use of the forward handball from Parker, wasn't it? That created the space and the overlap, the energy on the ball. And again, it was a bit of an up and under kick inside 50, but Darling was good enough forward craft to get some space from Malik, and he started the game well. Good start from the Kangaroos. It's a hot footy, and they're certainly up for it today.
Not a great review for Lewis Melican either, is it?
No.
On the incoming footy. Wasn't probably where he needed to be.
A lot harder there as a defender.
Yeah. 12 points. Here's the lead for the Kangas. LDU tried to give it to O'Sullivan. Heaney was sweating on him straight away. Scooped up underneath all of that by Sheldrick. Umpire Circle says holding the ball. Jumped on top of it. Didn't do enough to release. North footy.
At the moment, Jordan's got the job on Sheasel. I wonder how long that will last. LDU is off the chain.
Isn't he? He's just chips the ball out wide there to Parker. Didn't bring the kicking boots, though. Parker cleans it up, comes back in the middle of the ground. Myers drives it deep forward. Off the pack, spills to the behind line. Simpkin trying to tow it through. Nice cover defence from Rampy. Just knocks it through for a rush behind. So 13-point lead for North. This is their best performing quarter of the year. They're 6-2 in Q1s. And for Sydney, who have been dominant, they're actually the first quarters of their worst performing terms. So 13-point lead for North. True to form early.
Sheldrick exits the defensive arc away to Cunningham, who gives it to the running Rampy. Kicks around the wing. McLean takes the mark, gives it off to Wicks, looks inside 50, leading up Logan McDonald, coast to coast from Sydney. As good as it gets, they work it down the city wing. And McDonald, this is Logan, will go back and kick for goal for the Swans.
Well, there's the contest and absorbing tackles, and there's ball movement. So, North, they allow Sydney to continue. Bawley mentioned the centre corridor, but that was down the city side wing there, where the ball just untouched by a North Melbourne player.
To end a run of 3 consecutive goals for North Melbourne as well. Logan McDonald's drop punt never looked like missing. He doubles up. 2 for him. And Sydney bring it back to 7 points. 4-2-26 plays 3-1-19. 22 minutes into the first. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, it's great to see a big key forward leading at the footy, chest out. But you're right, Rama, they just got to find a way, the Kangaroos, to stop the flow of the footy, don't they? Like a Swans player going back over the mark has got to be a win for them today.
Yeah, correct.
But they've always got that player running by for the handball, and good luck Griffin Logue there. That was a completely open forward 50. And Logan McDonald, well, no Charlie Curnow today. Forward 50's yours.
Yeah.
Take your opportunity, and what a start by him.
Has Griffin Logue gone the Stephen A. Smith hairstyle? Where it just sort of creeps right back and he's got the line.
Let me
keep an eye on it, Chambo.
Have a closer look. Out of the middle comes Heaney. Heaney shoots a handball away to Grundy. He offloads to McInerney. Takes on Wardlaw. What a chase. Wardlaw just affected the kick and then wins the Sharon. Pumps it back into the middle of the ground for North Melbourne. Melican intercepts for the Swans. Hand pass to Bice. Handball away to Jordan. Takes on the tackler. Gives it back to Bice. Shoots a lateral hand pass to Wicks. He kicks wide, a floater. Lloyd can't trap it off his knees. Handball trying to get it back to Wicks. Stolen. Simpkin spins back into the corridor. Now kicks to full forward. Not his best effort. And Cunningham able to take the intercept mark. Fullback for Sydney.
Boy, lets him off the hook there. Jai Simpkin had players, loose players everywhere.
Cunningham moves it on to Rampy, who's corralled there by Dersma. Has to go back to Bice, who flicks it back to Rampy. Right half back here, Sydney. Kicks around the dockside wing. Contest kick. Sherry outpoints Grundy. Good start here for Tristan Sherry.
Yep. Early rounds to Cherry.
Grundy maybe fatigued after going the full 12 rounds with Max Gawn last week. Sherry kicks up to half forward. Launching out at Dersma. Doesn't come down with the footy, and they pile on for a ball up. North by 7 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Lots of fascination in the box with the Stephen A. Smith hairstyle.
Grundy pumps it down. Wardlaw for North Melbourne off his left. Ugly kick, but it might work. Back to the outer corridor. Spargo collects, hooks it over the body. Just kicks the ball forward. Curtis hands it to Dersma. Easy goal for the Roos. And nice work from Paul Curtis. And North Melbourne edging the ladder leading Swans in this opening term. 5-2 to 3-1, 25 minutes in. It's the Kangas by 13.
Well, just to explain that to our listeners, so there's a real scrap inside forward 50 for the Kangaroos there. So it was really smart by Charlie Spargo on a left foot on the boundary line. He centres the ball, but it goes over Dersma's head. Paul Curtis knew he was going to get tackled, and then just the quickest of quick handballs to Dersma for a goal. So that's, again, not going, I'm just going to absorb this tackle and get a restart. It's no, let's get the ball. Let's try keep the ball moving. Let's keep it in motion, and you get rewarded with a goal.
Starting to progress, isn't he? That's his 13th goal for the year, Zane Dersma, with him and Curtis down there. I like the fact that I've gone blank on the name, has gone back to free them up, but they've started to get some tricks down there, and their ability just to create something out of nothing. Yeah. Zerha, of course, has gone back behind the footy. It's really allowed Dersma to come into his own.
Really laid-back character, apparently, but you're exactly right, Paulie. You're just starting to see it a little bit. Free kick going the way of Sheasel, who chisels one towards Spargo, straight through his hands. Going in, Zerha at ground level, manages to feed it out to Constanti. Trembath gets it out to Spargo. He pokes it to the pocket. Nobody there on the lead. Bouncing ball for Rampy. Tackled by Darling, just gets rid of it. And Sydney come away from the back pocket. Cunningham with a kick up to the wing.
She did well there, Rampy, as Luke McDonald punches it back inboard. Sheasel, it'll sit for him in the Roos. Handball away to O'Sullivan. Ugly kick from Zerha as he receives it and pumps it forward. Picked off by McInerney. Handball to Papley. Sydney back the other way. Kicks inside the centre square to Warner. Marks plays on immediately. Ugly grubber inside 50. Kind Sunday hop there for Roses. His kick smothered. Luke McDonald with a 1%er. Stevens wins it. Handball away to Blamires. Back to Luke McDonald at half-back.
Now Stevens crosses the defensive arc. Cuts around a couple of former teammates. Kicks up into the middle of the ground. Turnover. Bice ball for Sydney. Handball to Grundy. He can only flick it away to no one in particular. Stevens goes back in again. A lot of blue and white around the footy as Sherry takes it. He's taken the ground and a ball up right in the middle of Docklands. North by 13. The Lumberjack, Ray Chamberlain.
Might be a little bit of a silly comment with the roof closed, but first half of these games when the weather changes, gets a bit cold, it can be a bit slippery in the middle of the ground while the ground's drying out after the overnight watering.
Stevens kicks the centre half forward. Trembath competes, no mark, falls to Spargo, darts away, shoots goalward offline, and the ball trickles out of bounds, so we'll have a throw-in deep forward for the Roos.
Smart Charlie Spargo, isn't he? Such a smart footballer. Good to see him out there. Premiership player, of course, with the Demons. At time wasn't able to finish, but looking dangerous.
Fourth generation league footballer.
Dad was a Kangaroo, wasn't he?
Paul
was a...
Yep, he was.
Yep.
Sherry and Grundy again. Both rucks miss it. Trying to gather it on the bounce was Sherry. Taking it is Roberts. Tackled to ground. And another forward 50 stoppage for North. They lead it by 13.
His grandfather and his great-grandfather both played for Footscray. Both named Bob. Bob Jr., Bob Sr.
Grundy away to Jordan. Clear and kick. And North again through Comben. Take the ball back forward of the wing.
So Roos going laterally across the ground. Zerha to Parker and now out to the dock side. Simpkin. That's our broadcast side of the ground. Appropriately named with the dock behind us, which is, it's the dock side of the ground. Short kick to Constanti, who arcs inboard, high up and under to the hot spot. Punched away by Melican. Ball hits the deck. Deep forward for the Roos. O'Sullivan collects. Back on the right side. Hawks it through for a goal. They've put 6 past the number 1 team in the early season. And this is a start that the Kangaroos fans can get around. 6-2 to 3-1. It's North Melbourne by a game high 19. We're 29 minutes into the opening term, and this is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he's had 9 possessions in this quarter now. Finn O'Sullivan and the goal. Davies Uniacke's up to 13. Parker up to 8. It's a really patient build-up. So, city side of the ground, centre wing. ball comes back into the middle of the ground from Zerha to Parker, then Parker to Simpkin, then Simpkin to Costanti. Then the ball finally goes inside forward 50. Swans couldn't lay a glove on O'Sullivan there. Just dancing feet, got back onto that right foot, kicked it over the left shoulder.
It's a midfield smacking at the moment. Yeah. These Swan Stars need to get going a bit.
Clearance 11-6 in North's favour.
Here is Heaney trying to get busy, and a free kick going the way of the Swans. Heaney with that free kick is run down, caught. Could have been holding the ball. He gets up and gets his kick away. McInerney has to gather at ground level, fires out a handball. Cunningham on the wing. Leaps it over the top for Bice. Right there with him, Constanti, who slots it away.
Yeah.
Insufficient intent. Free kick to Sydney.
Yeah,
it is.
That's fair.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. How good's Wardlaw's desperation?
Bice kicks inside 50 for Sydney. Up they go. It's clean with the ride. And clean with the hands. 35 out, 45-degree angle, right half forward.
Yeah, North supporters not happy. That's a terrific mark, isn't it, from Hayden McLean, who gets his opportunity today as well, with Curnow going out. But, yeah, I mentioned George Wardlaw. I think the Kangaroos fans were looking for holding the ball. It wasn't really a tackle, though, was it? So he was able to at least slow down Isaac Heaney. The Kangaroos' pressure, I mean, it's been symbolic of the Kangaroos' pressure in this first quarter has been terrific. Swans probably over handballing a little bit. They get an opportunity here through a terrific contested mark.
Been in good form in the VFL. Earned his place back in the side. Hayden McLean's drop punt is there. Sydney close. It's back to 13 points. 6-2-38 plays 4-1-25. More than half an hour into the first term.
Well, Ray, just on that tackle with Wardlaw and Heaney in the middle of the ground there, was that correctly judged play on, or should have that been holding the ball?
So he definitely had a prior opportunity, and so the question is, did that tackle stick? And for mine, it's either play on or actually a free kick to Sydney. I thought it slid down, legged him and brought him to ground. Okay. What I will say about George Wardlaw, though, things in the Gratitude Journal this morning, boys, a second coffee, closed roof, and the return of George Wardlaw. God, I love the way he plays.
The Gratitude Journal.
He's getting a real reputation, isn't he? Is some of his best highlights are when he hasn't got the footy. Andy Brayshaw was a bit that way for a long period of time. He's defensive acts.
I thought Ray was talking about Wardlaw's Gratitude Journal, but he was talking about his own.
Which we love. That's what we're here for. It's a free kick here going Sydney's way. No, the umpire pointed the wrong way. Yeah. So it's
I wouldn't mind reading a couple of pages of that Gratitude Journal.
Warner is going to receive a free kick for something as he kicks inside the forward 50. Blakey broke it up on the way through, gathers, hands it to Amati. Amati goals. And what happened to that 19-point lead for the Kangas? It's down to 7 on the stroke of quarter time, and that's what this Sydney team can do to you. In the blink of an eye, they kick 2 goals, and there's just a kick and a bit in it. 6-2 to 5-1, 32 minutes gone in the opening term, North by 7.
Well, yeah, the players were confused in the middle of the ground with the free kick to Warner.
As was I.
Yeah,
I had no idea what that was for.
Yes. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Soon as the North Melbourne players know it is a Sydney free kick, they must be transitioning back inside forward 50. So that kick could have hit. I think it was McInerney who the pass may have went to inside forward 50. But North Melbourne they were stationary at centre-half back rather than deeper inside Sydney's forward 50.
Blakey again involved with the goal assist. He's having a quarter.
Been a game of runs. Sydney with the last 2 goals of the game all of a sudden. Heaney out of the middle. Kicks to half forward. Good defensive mark, Luke McDonald. And quarter time. Saturday shootout, perhaps, beneath the lid at Docklands. 6-2-38 North lead Sydney, 5-1-31 the goal kickers, 2 to Darling, then singles O'Sullivan, Dersma, Sherry and Zerha, while for Sydney 2 going the way of Logan McDonald, then it's singles to Amati, Heaney and Hayden McLean.
Ben did say to me in the car on the way here, he said, I'm going to ask Rammer today if he's happy the roof's shut. So he's fighting words.
What are you talking about? I want to make this very, very clear to you for one last time, Ben. One last time. If it is raining or likely to rain outside, close the roof. If it is not likely to rain, and it's a clear day outside, keep the roof open.
I'm actually with you. I just wanted to be antagonistic to wind you up.
I think that was part of it. I'm a closer. I like the change that they've made, at least for balmy evenings.
Yeah.
But we don't need the shadows on the ground. It's bad on. Doesn't translate well.
So there's no shadows on the MCG?
There is
not as many,
but it's not as many, and that's problematic too at the times that happens. So. No, don't like it.
Corbyn's a TV guy now as well.
Oh,
so he's graduated through radio. So
please.
Appreciates it's a pictures game.
2 for Darling, 1 each for O'Sullivan, Dersma, Sherry and Zerha. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, 2 for Logan McDonald, 1 for McLean, Heaney and Marty. Off the SMS, I think I've started something here. This feels like this is right in the wheelhouse of a lot of our listeners. Margaret. Spot on. The relentless excessive noise stops me from going to any games at Marvel. I can't hear the radio with the noise-cancelling headphones. Bloody awful. It's wrecking football. Bruce in Belgrave says, I can't stand the yobbo yelling into the microphone after the goals and the flashing lights. The growing circus treatment really detracts from the atmosphere of a game. I've even come to dislike Country Road and Sweet Carolina. It makes me think of the old stocking ad that went up, Razzmatazz, from Bruce. And last one on this, Neil says, old day footy memories. Remember the Peanut Man? Deep voice on constant loop. Peanuts. From
we're going down to negative, aren't we?
We are.
Early in this game.
We need to bring it back. It's partly my fault. I think we can do without the guy yelling in the microphone. I disagree with you, Ben. I like the songs after goals.
I don't mind that either.
Yep. The guy's screaming relentlessly into the microphone as it bellows around the arena. I think we can live without that one. All right, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We'll be back with the thoughts of Rammer and Bawley coming up in 30 seconds' time. It's North by 7 points. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Ball hits the deck. Grundy hands it out to Warner. Hand pass away to Heaney. Loads up from 55. Heaney goals. The superstar on the run with the home run drop punt.
Wardlaw gets it out to Spargo. Cuts back into the mark. Gets a handball away to Davies Uniacke. North inside 50. McKercher twisting, turning. Back to Davies Uniacke. Now Zerha likes the look from 50. Whacks it through.
Wardlaw for North Melbourne off his left. Ugly kick, but it might work. Back to the outer corridor. Spargo collects, hooks it over the body. Just kicks the ball forward. Curtis hands it to Dersma. Easy goal for the Roos. Constanti arcs inboard, high up and under to the hot spot. Punched away by Melican. Ball hits the deck. Deep forward for the Roos. O'Sullivan collects. Back on the right side. Hooks it through for a goal. They put 6 past the number 1 team in the early season. Warner is going to receive a free kick for something as he kicks inside the forward 50. Blakey broke it up on the way through. Gathers, hands it to Amati. Amati goals. And what happened to that 19-point lead for the Kangas?
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Back-to-back goals in the half-hour mark onwards in that quarter, so as late as you can get for the Sydney Swans, and the Kangaroos' 19-point lead cut to 7 at quarter time. Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball with their take on ABC Sport.
Well, terrific quarter, Rammer. Exciting footy, wasn't it? 6 goals to 5. Really, but for those last 2 red time goals, it was absolutely the Kangaroos' quarter, and they'd have to be pretty pleased. A lot went right. I think they dominate around the ball. Their midfield we spoke about. With Luke Davies, Uniacke and Finn O'Sullivan in particular, winning a lot of the footy around clearance, and they were able to set up behind their inside 50s a lot, and resulted in 19 inside 50s to 12. And they looked dangerous when they went forward. Probably left a few out there in the end with Spargo and Darling getting on the end of a few and kicking 2. But yeah, Cherry, as we said, taking the early points against Grundy, and in the end it was really just those last 2 goals that'll disappoint Alistair Clarkson out of the centre, really, from the Swans that have kept them in touch. But things are, I think the matchups are going pretty well. Blakey's the one who looks really dangerous off half back. It's just such a tough matchup because he really has the licence just to go, doesn't he? And ultimately, when the Swans looked their most dangerous, we called it a few times throughout the quarter. The corridor was open. They were able to slingshot the footy from half back through the corridor and resulted in a shot of goal and to Logan McDonald a couple of times. So That's the challenge for the Kangaroos. Can they stop the flow of ball movement? Can they, as we said, I think almost a KPI is how many times can we force the Swans to go back over the mark and kick down the line rather than keeping the ball moving and that forward handball to release those halfbacks. McInerney looked dangerous at times as well, but really impressed with the Kangaroos' pressure in that first quarter. And in the end, a fair bit that the Swans were probably over-handballing, trying to create something and inviting that pressure, and the Kangaroos were up for it.
I think if you look at it, North Melbourne +8 contested possession, so Alistair Clarkson goes big tick there. We're absorbing their pressure, but also moving the ball forward with there. But I think it's the inside 50s that Alistair Clarkson will be most happy with, 19 to 12 there. So North's ball movement is certainly there. It's just now, as Bally mentioned, a matter of stopping Sydney's ball movement more regularly in this second quarter.
North Melbourne by 7 points as we start the second term. Wardlaw the first possession. Handball away to Davies-Uniacke. Long inside 50. Trent Barth trying to climb the pack. Not to be. Ball hits the deck. Scooped up in all of that by Rampy. Got a hand pass out looking for Wicks. He's bowled over. McKercher wins at half forward. Retreats out of the attacking arc. Gives it to Simpkin. Handball to O'Sullivan. He's caught immediately by Roses. Took too long. Just spun around 360 degrees and the umpire that's holding the ball. Free kick for Melly Roses on the back flank for Sydney.
There's that kick.
Kicks into the middle of the ground neatly for McInerney. McInerney wants to go back out wide. His kick finds Lloyd on his chest. On the logo, comes infield for Rampy. Sydney in a little bit of a slow play here, Bally, so what you're after, Rampy drives it deep up the middle, getting back off the hands of Zurha. Loose ball inside 50 for Sydney. Roses goes in, spins into trouble. Comben tackles him to ground. All up, 20 out from the attacking goal here for the Swans.
Same looking corridor at all times, the Swans, don't they? They'll wait and try and pinpoint the ball through there. Kangaroos have got to be awake to that.
Grundy grabs it out of the ruck, feeds it to Heaney in the dead pocket, kicks across the goal face. Picked up there by Cootie, centering kick, turnover. Davies-Uniacke takes the intercept mark, hands it to Parker, coming out of defence, hits up Larkey. Takes the sprawling mark at half-back for the Kangaroos, so 7-point lead for North. Handball away to Davies-Uniacke. He comes very wide to Spargo, who marks overhead. And LDU, by the way, up to 16 disposals. The chief
dominating.
Chief possession getter on the ground. It's a hell of a tally. Spargo runs, carries, handball away to Daniels, squeeze a kick down the line, back to LDU, almost ran out of space, did well to get it out by hand. That's possession 17 to Daniel, now to McKercher, runs his way around McInerney, kicks inside the attacking arc, they come from all directions. Dersma flew, falls to Curtis, he's locked up in the Mills tackle and a ball up inside 50 for North.
And this is the tricky part for Dean Cox at the moment. So Sheasel's only had the 5 possessions, he's got James Jordan as his tagger, but Davies-Uniacke is just off the chain at the moment.
Wardlaw trying to work his way through. Ball spills out to Rampy. He'll snap to the wing for Sydney. Bouncing ball. Lowe able to gather for North. Gives it off to Zurha. Retreats with the kick back to Parker. North by 7 points. Parker across the defensive edge of the square with the kick for Comben. Comben taking his time. Looks out very wide. Good kick to Luke McDonald. So North in their very own slow play. Kicks up towards Simpkin, who goes up and gets it over Lloyd. Good mark there from Jai Simpkin, who entertained a trade in the off-season. Kicks towards full forward. Sherry and Grundy. Sherry with hands to it. Ball spills down. Larkey tracks it, beating him to it. Jordan. Swans in the back pocket. Handball errant. And tumbles out in front of Lloyd. Throw in 40 around from the attacking goal for North. They lead it by 7. 3 played in the second.
I think the move's been made. Have a look now. Jordan's gone across to Davies-Uniacke at this forward stoppage.
Malcolm from Highbury off the SMS. Dylan Stevens and Roberts standing each other. School teammates at St. Peter's College. Thanks, Malcolm. Appreciate that. A little bit of background there as Daniel kicks to full forward. Intercepted, though. Malikan at fullback takes the mark for the Swans.
I love in South Australia how they say standing. They always say, like, I stood Adam Ramanauskas in the prelim of 1996 or whatever. Like, it's always, standing each other.
Short to Lloyd, short to Mills, and he just chips it to centre-half back for Blakey. They get that run going again. It's the kick mark game. Chips it over the top to Melican. He dishes a handball off to Mills. Here they go, the Swans. Away to Sheldrick. Shakes the would-be tackle from Sherry. And a bounce. Sheldrick off the left. Kicks to full forward. Intercept mark for Griffin Logue.
Oh, he's paid the block, has he?
And it's going to be reversed. There's a free kick in the marking contest, and instead of an intercept mark at full-back, it's a Hayden McLean shot at goal from a dozen metres out.
Ray?
So Cobden makes no attempt to contest the football, and he doesn't just stand. He wraps an arm around McLean and drags his left arm down. I can absolutely understand why that's been paid.
Not subtle enough. Yeah, he takes his eyes off the ball. Don't give the umpire an opportunity to pay it.
It's a big price to pay. McLean goals. Sydney have kicked the last 3 in the game. And all of a sudden, there's 1 point in it. 6-1 to 6-2. We're 4.5 minutes into the second term. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Kangaroos led this game by as many as 19. They now lead by just 1. McLean's got a couple.
Well, I can debate the free kick, Raymond, but again, that ball movement, you just see what they're trying to do, and they're patient at times, aren't they? And it's just not near enough's not good enough today for the Kangaroos through that corridor. That forward handball again, and just releases a player, Sheldrick, deep entry. And when you get a deep entry like that at speed, it forces, at times, the defenders to panic and make an error.
But what I love is Sydney give the handball to the runner. So it just continues to encourage it. And I know that sounds very simplistic, but if you don't give it to your runners, they just stop. They'll eventually just stop running.
Grundy down for Heaney. Handball away to Papley, who was inside the centre bounce. He bursts out of the middle, kicks inside 50. Zurhaar breaks it up, swats it away to the pocket. Malcolm Rose is sweating on it. Zurhaar comes back to help out. North ball, back pocket. It was out of bounds.
If I saw Scotty Lucas take a mark, I wasn't running the extra 20 metres to try and get a handball. And I love Scotty. He's a great friend of mine, but there was no chance. I was wasting the energy.
Throw in. Inside attacking 50 here for Sydney. Grundy brings it down. Papley bursting through. Does a 7.20 in the tackle. Umpire lets them play. And Logue can clear for North. Whacks it beyond their defensive arc to the wing.
Bounces its way through to Blakey. His hand pass trying to get it back inboard. Intercepted by Wicks. His hand pass for Sydney out towards Lloyd at high half forward. Kicks back inside 50. Another marking contest. Ball hits the deck. Logue's hand pass trying to feed Zurhaar. Runs out of room. Out of bounds, forward pocket for the Swans. It's not a bad crowd, by the way. Maybe we have low expectations on a North Melbourne home game. Making plenty of noise at least.
Well, they're playing good football at the moment, so why wouldn't you want to come and watch on a Saturday afternoon?
Be okay with the crowd making noise, or them to stop?
It's more gentle on the ears than through the stereo system. Screaming out, make some noise! Fino Sullivan with the clearing kick. No, Court holding the ball. Heaney's tackled him. He did the 7.20 similarly to Papley before.
That's holding the ball.
Yeah,
He's had plenty of prior opportunity there.
That's twice for Finn, so hadn't learned from his last one. It's a challenge, isn't it? We'll speak to Ray maybe at half time, but the whole holding the ball thing with players these days, being encouraged to stand up in the tackle, break the tackle, and we see them do it so well. It is a challenge. There's so many instances like that where, it's half a turn. Yeah, well, the Kangaroo supporters don't think so, but I agree, Rama. That's holding the ball. That's 2 full circles. Hands free. Got to get rid of it.
Isaac Heaney, a rolled gold star of the competition, and he finishes with the drop punt to swing the lead in the game. He's got 2. Third lead change of the afternoon. Sydney by 5 points. 7-1-43. Plays 6-2-38. 8 into the second. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, it's really about doing the basics well. So Heaney, as Benny mentioned, is an absolute star of the competition at the moment, but he still wants to apply that pressure. So the basic there is lay a tackle, hold on to the tackle. So that's a big tick for Sydney. The basic there for Finn O'Sullivan is, well, you just got to release the ball. You're inside your defensive 50, and you're giving away a free kick directly in front, 30 metres out from goal. So he's got to learn.
Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, you watch the replay, and Luke Parker gave similar feedback. He was there for the handball receive, and he didn't want to take it on. He wanted to try to break the tackle. He got a reasonable time to get rid of it, and that was unreasonable.
Last 4 goals in the game for Sydney after trailing by 19. They now lead by 5. Grundy, handball out to the wing. Stevens got it locked up straight away.
Brody Grundy just starting to get on top. It's a great battle.
Free kick counts 7-6 in favour of the Swans.
It was interesting, Corb, Ben's comment about being old and grumpy, doesn't like the music anymore. It's amazing what 6 months of fatherhood does.
Amazing. It's amazing. It's aged in dog years in that time. As Sherry palms it down and Stevens is tackled. We'll have the ball up on the wing.
Keep it down. The baby's trying to sleep.
Grundy knocks it away to the wing. Roberts. Hurried kick forward. Bounces in front of Cootie, who then tries to jump on top of it. Clever. Paddles it out to Sheldrick. Hand pass meant for Blakey. Tried the volleyball spike straight up in the air. Zerha couldn't quite trap it. And then inadvertently socket out by Myers. That's all okay. Boundary throw-in 30 metres out from the Swans goal.
He's got to hold up here, the Kangas. Having a good patch, the Swans. Got all the momentum, field position. Repeat inside 50. He's just got to hang in there.
Middle patch of the first quarter. North kicked 5 of 6 goals in that period. Sydney have kicked the next 4. Grundy down for Papley. Beautifully. And Papley finishes. And he zips off to celebrate. That is silver service from Grundy to Papley. Sydney by 11 points. Showing us why they might be the best team in the comp. 8-1-49. Plays 6-2-38. 10 into the second.
Well, he was off to the races, Tom, and then he just thought, actually, I better stop and double back because that was silver service.
I better thank the ruck.
Better go and thank the ruckman for putting it on a platter for me. Yeah, we've seen that, haven't we, over the last couple of years in particular. Brodie Grundy back to his absolute best, and we gave the early points, we gave the early rounds to Tristan Cherry, but Brodie Grundy's taken it personally since quarter time. He's having a big second quarter, and all of a sudden it's back over to the Kangaroos mids to lock down and try and arrest this momentum.
Is there a better feeling as a midfielder when that happens?
It's a lovely feeling.
Just roving to a genuine hit out. As Dawson wins one here, but straight down towards Papley of the Swans. Handball away to McInerney. Out the front door they go, the Swans. Amati the target, left it behind. Luke McDonald gives it to Parker under pressure. Clearing kick to halfback. Wardlaw went flying through the contest. Not to be. McInerney, hand pass along the ground. Two Roos try and steal it from each other. Constanti and Wardlaw, they cough it up. McInerney clever. Paddles it away to Jordan. Kicks to full forward. And a juggled mark in the defensive goal square by Comben. He's in the battle there with Amati. Goes short to Parker. Had to get it on the hop. Handball to Sheasel. Back to Parker.
Parker goes with a check side that works out to Bull Zerha. Right back flank here for North. Last 5 goals of the game going the way of the Swans.
Yeah, and these are the moments where you actually find out if North Melbourne are developing into a good team. So Sydney, no doubt a very good team at the moment. But North have got to stop this momentum here.
Kick up to the wing off the hands of the pack. Dawson tries to swat it on. Grundy ends up with it. Trembar strips him in the tackle. Throw it in. No, holding the ball.
And I say that because in the past, North have just rolled over and allowed teams just to steamroll them in these positions. So now we're talking 11 points of margin.
Yeah.
They've got to go and find the next goal.
Trembar's kick, good for Wardlaw. Forward handball to Stevens. Half forward flank. Cuts back infield. Gets the kick away into the pocket. Launching at it. Larkey, he marks. Trailing him in was Edwards. And Nick Larkey, 15 out, but a very acute angle. 5 in from the boundary line.
A little bit harder than that, Hayden McLean.
Well, I think, young Edwards thought that's what he was going to do. He just read the drop of the ball better. Nick Larkey, who hasn't had any impact yet. This will be his first kick. Had a couple of handballs, but you're right. Hayden McLean. Let's have another look. You have opportunity just to go back and commit the body. Young Edwards there really let Larkey run past him, take a chest mark.
They need a captain's goal. And Larkey hits the woodwork. A left-hand post. Sydney by 10 points, 6-3-39. The Kangas, Sydney 8-1-49. Probably read that in the wrong order, but 13 minutes played second term.
10 points. Is that deficit for North? Swans on top. Blakey the give and go. Runs past, receives it back from Edwards. Sweeping Polythama, hand pass up to Edwards. Tackled, lost it. Davies Uniacke, turnover by hand. Back to Blakey. His hand pass broken up. Got to Jordan eventually. Handball away to McInerney down the wing. Now to half forward for Cunningham. Swans on the overlap. Sweeps a hand pass to McLean. Kicks inside 50. Hapley drops one he should have taken. Now lost the footy completely. Wardlaw away to Zerha. Kicks to half back. Wants Parker. Got him.
Let off the hook there, North. Parker kicks into the corridor, looking for Curtis. Doesn't mark Sheasel. Cleans it up anyway. Handball to Davies Uniacke over the top for Trembar. Gathers on the hop. Kicks laterally. Good kick for Darling. Strong enough in the hands to mark.
Well done.
And Darling will kick from 48 metres out, as good as directly in front.
You take it all the way back to the Papley drop mark. So that's where you've got to be concentrating as an opposing player. So Wardlaw was the one that was concentrating. So he got to the drop of the ball when Papley spilled that mark and then was able to go back inside. Well, look, it was a risky kick going in boards for North Melbourne. But that's the risk you've got to take against the better teams in the competition.
Back in his old number 27 after 1 year at North in 28. Darling's drop punt is hooked left. 9 points. Sydney's lead back to single figures. Quarter hour mark, second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
How many people do you reckon picked that up? Just a subtle change of locker. Just
one down.
Yeah, 28 back to 27. And here's Mills. Long kick out towards the wing. Warner the target. Ball hits the deck. Knocked away by O'Sullivan. Got it away to his teammate there in Spargo. On the run. Simpkin receives it. Kicks to full forward. And in the end, it's helped through by Mills. He's almost in two minds there. Either he was going to rush it through or try and take possession. And in the end, lucky not to get pinged for what we would say in the basketball game is a bit of a carry. Trying to knock it through. Or throw. 8 points, the lead for the Swans. 15 gone, second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Contest kick on the kick in. Heaney roving the pack. Handball back for Roberts. Handball to Heaney. Handball to Sheldrick. Swans with it close to the boundary line. Sheldrick's kick. A ball to be won. Parker goes and wins it. Then he loses the control of the footy and Logue comes up. Gathers it for North. Back to Parker. Kicks infield. Just gets to Colby McKercher. The umpire went down. He's okay, umpire Jones, and back on his feet. North move it to half forward and Trembath.
He's got a lead here from Larkey. It's usually a good option. Tries to kick it to him. Got to him on the bounce. Hand pass goes back here to Myers. Centering kick. Spargo the target. Broken up. Good spoil. Row bottom. Hand pass away towards Sheldrick. Sweeping hand pass middle of the ground. Turnover. Dawson gives it to McKercher. Handball away to Parker. Fumbles. Kicks to centre half forward. Again, sort of Daniel Wells-esque through the air goes Wardlaw. Don't know what he was trying to do there. The ball hits the deck and a pack forms behind him.
There might be something in Ray's analysis about the dewy surface on the cold nights after the watering. Everyone's fumbling it. What's going on?
Thanks, Ben. I only umpired here 150 games, so I appreciate your validity.
Well, Rama was shaking his head when I just ran that theory, Ray, so at least I'm supporting you.
Free kick out of all of that, going Dill Stevens' way. It was taken high. Lead is 8 points. Sydney have kicked the last 5 in the game. 17 minutes into the second. Stevens kick to the big man in the pocket. No mark. Spills down Sydney's way. Lloyd darts away with it. Has a bounce. Dishes it off by hand to Wicks, who kicks out of defence for Sydney.
Pressured as he kicks, so a turnover. Caleb Daniel forward of halfway for North. Looks inside 50. Overshoots Dawson out the back. Spargo snaps and goes. And the Kangas find a path back into this game. It's back to 2 points. 8-1-49 Sydney. North 7-5-47. 17 and a half into the second. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Oh, it's a good finish. He's been threatening Charlie Spargo. Had some opportunities in that first quarter we spoke about that he didn't take, but good little 5-minute patch from the Kangas. Remember, they've been able to set up better, through the middle of the ground. That's right. They haven't been able to. The Swans haven't been able to run the ball out of their back 50. And that time it was Caleb Daniel just holding his position. 3 or 4 repeat inside 50s, and it's amazing. You keep putting the defence under pressure. The opportunity comes. They get a contest, and he's just a smart player, isn't he, Charlie Spargo, in the right spot at the right time and a nice finish. So we asked the question, didn't we? The Swans had all the momentum. It's been a good little 5-minute patch here for the Kangaroos.
Back to 2 points. Sydney's lead. Rucks go at it. Spills down in front of Warner. He left it behind. Fresh air shot 2 from Dawson. Heaney clean. Gives it away to Wicks off the back edge of the centre square. Kicks down the wing for Sydney. Intercepted by Luke McDonald. His hand pass taken by Warner. Kick smothered. Wardlaw got it out towards O'Sullivan. Slick hands to Myers. Back to O'Sullivan. Now to Sheasel. Kicks north into the middle of the ground. Constanti got it. Dishes it off towards McKercher. Looks inside 50. Lands in the lap of Darling. He was third in line and he takes the mark. And there was some disagreement here between the two officials as to whether that was touched or not.
Well, Riley Price is claiming it was touched.
Well, one called a mark, one called touched. And in the end, the umpire that paid the mark, Lee Fisher, overrules. Darling takes his kick and knocks it through. Darling's got 3 and the Kangas are back in front. And the North fans were filthy at the umpiring earlier. I don't hear them thanking Lee Fisher on that occasion, but the call went their way. 8-5 to 8-1, a 4-point lead for North Melbourne, 17 gone in the second term. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Who decides whose call it is in that kind of scenario?
Yeah, so the controlling umpire was Lee Fisher at that time, and so he's made an adjudication. If you do see the ball clearly touched, you do have the ability to come in and say, no, we've got to ball that one up. It's clearly gone through the hands. I don't think there's any schnicko out there. What I will give you in terms of a little bit of dispute on and off the field, just keep a little bit of an eye on our man Paul Curtis and the Lizard. They're just getting to know one another quite nicely.
Lead change number 4, by the way.
North by 4 points. We're just getting an arc review here.
Surely we're not...
So we're not reviewing the touch, are we?
No, it's the shot for goal.
Surely. Thank goodness.
Might have clipped the post.
You can't be sure these days, Ray. I can hear Ray talking to me. I did a game here a few weeks ago where we went 90 seconds back, Ray, to change a decision. So
we're aligned on that one, Benny.
Yeah.
We're aligned on that.
It has just nicked the post. And there is Snicko, Ray. Not on the finger touches, but on the goalpost. So scratch that one out. Still 3 lead changes in the game, and still Sydney lead by a point. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Here's Bice. Takes the kick out. Short and wide to Rampy. So Sydney by 1. After all that. Hand pass away. Back to Bice. Flirting with the boundary line. Cootie touched it on the way through. And off hands, we'll get a boundary throw in. The Roos ain't happy with that. No late change coming in. Standalone Saturday afternoon footy. We got 1 game in the twilight, 2 games coming up tonight. 4 games on your Saturday slate right here on ABC Sport.
Just looking down at Chad Warner, only had the 4 possessions. No real impact. He needs to get going for the Swans.
Grundy double palms it down. Dawson there for North at ground level. Spills out to Stevens. O'Sullivan cleverly taps it on. Running on. The shot on goal coming from Constanti against the old mob. It's touched on the line. Getting back, Melican. Able to just palm it through. Scores level. 22 minutes into the second term.
Melican goes long to the wing. Grundy the target. Offhand spills down to Davies Uniacke. He knocks it away to Daniel. Handball to Stevens. Handball goes back to McKercher, and he flares it wide to Parker in front of the interchange gates. Almost breaks the ankles of Warner. Gets around him. Great service. Constanti marks. Draws the man on the mark. Gives it to Stevens. That's a howler. Shanks it off the boot. Puts it out on the full. So scores are level. 7-7 to 8-1. The Roos with 14 scoring shots to 9. Time on in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Edwards with the kick. Thumping kick too. Up to a contest. Warner in front at the back of Marty. Reaches over Zurha to mark. Plays on. Caught by Zurha. Affects the kick, and it ends up with North. Sherry close to the boundary line. Off to Sheasel. To Colby McKercher, who kicks back towards Comben. Has to pick it up on the logo. Off to Daniel by hand. They are retreating here, North. Yeah. Off to Zurha. The Swans pressure wins. They take back the footy. Heaney's handball. That's chopped off. Comben goes in low, wins the footy again. North back with it at centre-half back, and they retreat again.
Luke McDonald goes all the way back to Griffin.
They're asking for trouble here, North Melbourne.
Griffin Alo goes short to Daniel. Hand pass away to McKercher. He's got it on the back flank. And he's going to switch across the half-back line back to Logue.
Well, they've had 3 or 4 opportunities to take the ball forward. They've chose to go backwards. And now they've retreated all the way back to Sydney's 50.
Daniel Blamires against the boundary line, using the full perimeter at Dockland City wing. Short kick finds Sheasel. 49-49, 23 minutes gone in the second term. Sheasel turns, contest, kick to half forward. Darling's got a few to beat. Edwards over the top, punches it away. Still stays alive. Heaney for Sydney. Handball away towards Cunningham. Handball to Edwards. Defensive side of the wing. Pumps the kick up over halfway. Looking to try and find McLean and Logan a tangle. Ball hits the deck. Warner with the pace. Paddles it out in front. Warner needs it to sit. Collects. Fends off McKercher. Goes back to McLean. Handball on the ground looking for Warner. Fumbles. Runs into the Sheasel tackle. Caught. Umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up, half forward for Sydney.
It's not really working for him, is it, today, Chad?
No.
He's fumbling.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, just quite his day so far.
Sherry lays it down, follows up again by bullocking into Sheldrick.
Just had the 6.
Other ball up. Scores level, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Up it goes again. Both rucks tackle each other to the ground. No free kick. Sheldrick picks it up. Handball out. Simpkin close to the boundary line. He gathers for North. Off to Luke McDonald. Exiting kick up to the wing. Contest forms. Dersma launching at it. Juggles it. Marks it. Paid the mark as well, and the North fans love it. They want 50. Bice just cribbing over the mark, but no 50 paid. Dersma kicks around the City wing. Up to a contest again. Darling with the hand on it. Ball hits the deck. Edwards tackled by Darling. Help without it. Sydney free kick back flank. Scores level.
I feel like Dersma's headband's getting thicker each week. Every time you see there's more and more white on that headband. So Rampy takes the free for the Swans. And he goes long straight down the pipe. Heaney running back with it. Can't trap it. Logue put a hand on it. Pack forms behind him. Ump says keep going for now. Logan McDonald picks it up. And throw a blanket over around 15 of them. Still they rumble. Sheasel just toe pokes it into the middle of the ground. Opens up for North. Spargo. Oh, hand pass away to Constanti. Rode the bump from Rampy. Rampy gives it back by hand to Cunningham. Left it behind. There's Dersma. He got it for North at half forward. Hand pass to McKercher. McKercher on his left side. Kicks to Larkey. Spills it. The sprawling mark couldn't trap it. It's getting free. He was taken high in all of that. He's holding the back of his head on his haunches.
Geez. Oh, he's very unlucky there, Edwards. Larkey just simply dropped the mark. I don't think that one's a free kick.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. What do you reckon, Ray?
Rammer and I, we're like two peas in a pod. Look at the synergy.
Just get on with the game, and that Larky's dropped the mark.
No need for umpire intervention there, Rammer.
Correct.
He did well to sell it, though, didn't he? Threw the head back, and umpire bought what he sold. Larky to finish it off. The North Melbourne skipper didn't get up. Didn't get much of the purchase on that at all. As it low trajectory kick floats through for a behind. It's a go-ahead behind, though, so 26 minutes into the second term. Some tired bodies. 7-8 to 8-1. North by 1. 26 gone in the second.
4 lead changes in the game now, and they've turned it over, Sydney. Dersma at half forward off to Wardlaw. Kicks North inside 50. Bice. Able to mark. Back pocket. Closing pressure from Constanti.
Some tired bodies, you're right. Has been a taxing first half. Players really gassed.
Kicks into the corridor for Mills, who has to hold it up.
Well, they're having to defend Sydney here. 35 inside 50s to 22 for the game. So plus 13 there for the Kangaroos.
Mills kick, just an up and under to the wing, and Zerha goes and makes it his.
So for it to be a 1-point margin, I think Sydney take that.
North possession again. Kicks up towards half forward. McInerney drops the mark, allows in Darling. Off to Simpkin. Time to steady and goal! Finally, North find the major opening. And they lead by 7 points. 8-8-56. Plays 8-1-49. Nearing half-time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, yeah, to keep talking about it, it's 36 inside 50s to 22. So, North probably need a little bit more reward for the amount of times they've gone in. But credit to Sydney, they've had to defend and they're doing it. So that's where you look at the stats, and basically it's plus 40 possessions to North Melbourne at the moment. Dave Juniak leads with 20. But you look over the other side of the page, Sydney's midfielders are just not in the game. The only one that's really in the game at the moment is Heaney. Claude's mentioned Warner earlier. Rowbottom's not in the game. Sheldrick's not in the game at the moment. So, McInerney started okay, but he's drifted right out.
Leads 7 points for North Melbourne as it was at quarter time. He didn't fall behind in this second term as the kick here from Sheldrick down to half forward. Offhand spills to Heaney. Short kick. Looking for Jordan. Broken up. Punch back to Heaney. Hand pass to Cootie. Cootie to full forward. Turnover. And Comben jumps in front of McLean. Takes the intercept mark. Handball away to Zerha. Dangerous kick to half back. Roses breaks it up. Ball spills back to Myers. He's tackled. Upended. Lost it. Roses comes corridor. Logan McDonald takes the mark. It looks like it was too much for him. And Logan McDonald just stuck the jukes up and took it and juggled mark out the back.
It's just not reading the situation there, Comben. And Zerha, to be fair, who runs past and calls for the handball with a minute to go. Just go back and kick mark, take a bit of sting out of the game. Then he kicks short to a 50-50. Turnover, resulting shot for Logan McDonald. Just those are the sort of things, Rammer, that separate the really good teams and the teams that, the team that the Kangaroos want to get to. It's not reading the state of the game.
The Kangaroos have worked hard for their goals. The Swans have made it look easy. Logan McDonald pokes through his third. And again, Sydney, despite being outplayed around the ground, are within a point. 9-1-55, they trail North Melbourne 8-8-56. The Kangas by 1, half-hour mark, second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Rammer and Bawley.
It's really game awareness, isn't it, Bawley? Like knowing the situation, knowing the time on the clock. Okay, yeah, we've got a goal lead. Let's take the goal lead into half-time. Let's not give the opposition another chance to score. And that's what happens. You don't manage the clock, you don't manage the moment, and good teams will punish you late in quarters.
Is this the sign of a young developed... Well, they wouldn't have spent as long on that kind of stuff, would they, as other teams?
Well, I don't see why not. There's so much situational training during the week that they do.
Players there, two experienced players. Cam Zurhaar's played enough footy to understand the state of the game there.
Back in the middle, Sherry loops a forward handball away towards Davies Uniacke, tries to get it on the boot. Can only dribble at a metre and time expires. Maybe we're on track, Corb, for another game where both teams get into triple figures in 2026. We've already had 8 this year, I believe, so possibly on track for number 9. We only had 5 in the entirety of last year. North will lead by a point at the main break. The goal kickers, 3 for Darling, and it's all singles. Finn O'Sullivan, Dersma, Simpkin, Spargo, Sherry and Zurhaar, while for Sydney, 3 to Logan McDonald, 2 to McLean, singles to Heaney, Papley and Joel Amati.
Off the SMS, Murray, who says, go the Swans, listening to the AFL commentary from Dunedin in New Zealand. Nice to have you with us, Murray, and wherever you may be around the world. Lachlan in Footscray says, go the Roos. Since we're talking about yelling at a huge noise, +1. Won't go to the Roos games at Marvel because it's awful. Don't mind the Swans, don't mind the songs, do mind the volume. So thanks, Lachlan. Appreciate that. And Pete from Footscray says, wow, you guys are bringing back some memories. Peanuts, shilling a bag, peanuts. From Pete. I must admit, it predates my time going to footy, I must admit. But for people out there that it's a bit nostalgic for you, shout out to you. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. So Kangas by 1. It's half-time under the roof at Docklands. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas, loop ball.
Well, North doing a lot right in this game. So you look at the half in isolation, 16 scoring shots to 10. So Sydney have been incredibly accurate. 9 goals won in that half. But they've got 9 goals won from 24 entries. So it's sort of very, very limited opportunity that the Swans are getting at the moment. And that's credit to North Melbourne's midfield. Davies Uniacke's up to 20, McKercher 14, O'Sullivan 12, Dylan Stevens on that wing has had plenty of the ball as well. So they're getting the usage. It's now about the execution, I think, for North Melbourne and what they can do, particularly when they're crossing centre. Now, they've sort of fumbled and bumbled when they've got into that launch zone going inside forward 50, 36 inside 50s for North Melbourne in that half. So it's a little bit more composure. Let's execute now. Larky hasn't really had a sniff in this game. He's had, 2 shots a goal, I think, in a half of football, which is rare for him. So Edwards is doing quite a good job on him. But I just want to see North just slow the ball down. Like McKercher's a little bit out of control at times when he has the ball. Dylan Stevens is a bit the same going inside forward 50, a little bit out of control. So you want the ball in Davies Uniacke's hand. You want the ball in Caleb Daniels' hand going inside forward 50. But if it is your turn to kick the ball inside forward 50, North Melbourne, take care. Take care with it. Use your opportunities. Against the good teams, as Sydney are, you must take your opportunities when you're going inside forward 50. Otherwise, as Bawley mentioned in the last 45 seconds, Sydney sweat on an error, sweat on a turnover, goes back inside their forward 50. Logan McDonald kicks his 3rd goal for the half.
Yeah, they did a good job, didn't they? Because it felt like the Swans were starting to get going and had a head of steam and were controlling field position about halfway through that quarter. And the question was certainly asked of the Kangaroos, but I thought they responded really well, as you said. What they were able to do was just stifle the Swans, rebound and slingshot movement. They were able to set the ground up, just cover corridor a little bit more and force some turnovers inside their front half and get some repeat entries that resulted in those goals that you mentioned. So, I think a lot going right for the Kangaroos. The challenge You asked the president about Corby during the week. Can they sustain? Can they go? Can they hang in games against the best teams for longer? Can they be thereabouts at three-quarter time? And really ask the question of the Swans, who, must be said, started to look pretty fatigued there in the last 4 or 5 minutes of that quarter, didn't they? They made some mistakes. Blakey fumbling over here. There was another opportunity over there. Chad Warner's, looked fatigued and fumbled a couple of times as well. So can they hang in there for long enough and continue to ask the question of this Swans team, and then get a sniff and see if they can go on and put themselves in a winning position?
70% is what they've been in front in the game so far. So Kangaroos led by as many as 19 points, and then we had that 5 unanswered goals either side of quarter time by the Swans. They led by 11 themselves. 4 lead changes in that half of footy, and at half time it is North Melbourne by 1. A huge Saturday slate still to come. So up next at the twilight slot in Sydney, it is GWS up against Essendon, and then separate directions tonight. So footy back in the top end in Darwin. So Gold Coast pick up their run there. They've won their last 8 games up in Darwin. They play St Kilda tonight, which is the Nepo Baby Cup, of course, after the comments made by Ross Lyon and the Saints going back last year about the advantages, or so it's perceived, to the Gold Coast Suns that they have. And in Melbourne, a pretty big blockbuster, Geelong and Collingwood at the mighty MCG, as Scott Pendlebury draws level with Brent Harvey on 432 games, equals the all-time VFL AFL games record. Off the SMS, go Roos, great commentary team, ABC, thanks for that. From Owen, Lexi and Ruby in Cog Hills Creek. Nice to hear from you guys. Appreciate your contribution. 0437 774 774. Roos by 1. It's half-time here at Dockland. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The second half only moments away. But first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News. Hello, I'm William Howard Evans. An independent running in today's by-election for the federal seat of Farrer says she's staying positive as voters head to the polls. Michelle Milthorpe is one of 12 candidates vying for the New South Wales regional seat that had been held by former Liberal leader Susan Lee for 25 years. Ms Milthorpe, considered to be one of the frontrunners, says she's done as much as she can, and now it's over to the voters.
Every vote counts, so I've got to stay positive, and I've got lots of people who are behind me. We've got over 700, 800 volunteers who are out and about today getting the work done. So it's about just keeping my head up. I've done as much work as I can up to this point, and now we just got to wait for the votes to be counted.
The New South Wales Labor Party has unveiled Councillor Lyndall Howison as its candidate for the key Sydney seat of Ryde ahead of next year's state election. Premier Chris Minns praised Howison as a passionate local advocate, describing her as someone who will put the community ahead of party politics. Mr Minns says her experience as a teacher, mother and electorate officer means she's well suited to represent the area.
What you're going to get with Lyndall, if you elect her in March of next year, is someone who can hit the ground running and start delivering for you. The other thing, which is a bit of a warning shot across my bows, and that is that she'll put the community before party. She's never going to put this community second.
The marginal Victorian seat of Kew is tipped to be an interesting contest after an independent MP was able to secure a large donation following changes to the law. Michaela Ortolin reports.
Last month, the High Court ruled to scrap the state's political donation and disclosure laws, which means an almost $5,000 cap on political donations no longer applies. Independent MP Sophie Tawney announced she's received a $40,000 donation from community crowdfunding initiative Climate 200, which previously would have been illegal. She says it will enable her to get her campaign for the upcoming state election off to a solid start. Independents had argued the donation cap was unfair and favoured major parties like the Liberals, who Ms Tawney will challenge for the seat.
The federal budget will include changes to ensure some skilled migrants can work in Australia sooner. The government is reforming the permanent migration points test with the focus to be on education and age, while the time taken for migrant trade workers to get their licences approved will also be accelerated. Government Minister Chris Bowen says it's about making the most of people with skills Australia needs.
I think most Australians would accept that it's reasonable and sensible if we have skills in Australia, that if those skills are comparable to skills that would have been obtained in Australia and can be put to use for the benefit of the Australian economy, they should be as soon as possible.
Donald Trump says Russia and Ukraine will each exchange 1,000 prisoners of war. It follows the US president announcing a 3-day ceasefire between the warring sides. The ceasefire will enable Russia to celebrate the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. Mr. Trump says he'd like to see the war permanently come to an end.
We have a little period of time where they're not going to be killing people. That's very good. And they also agreed to give 1,000 on each side, 1,000 prisoners back. So they're going to be transferring almost immediately 1,000 prisoners from each side. That's very good.
In the AFL, Fremantle Dockers coach Justin Longmuir says captain Alex Pearce will return in less than 4 weeks as he recovers from a minor knee injury. The key defender led his side to a comeback victory over Hawthorn on Thursday night in Perth. He sustained the injury when a Hawthorn forward landed on his leg late in the game. Longmuir says while the club is hoping Pearce will spend just 1 week on the sideline, his history with injury makes it hard to predict.
Yeah, fingers crossed it's just the 1 week. Obviously, the longer break into that 1 week gives us a little bit more time. So, yeah, it's too early to say, but if it's not one, we're expecting it to be no more than sort of 3 max.
The Palestine Marathon has been held for the first time in 3 years, one of the first big international events in the West Bank since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. The route in the West Bank runs through 2 refugee camps and loops back to finish at Bethlehem's Manger Square. The route is completed twice to reach the 42-kilometre length without hitting a checkpoint or military gate. The event is open to people in other parts of the world running in solidarity with Palestinians, while another shorter race was run in Gaza. And the first of the A-League Women's Grand Finalists will be decided today with the second leg of the semi-final between Melbourne City and Melbourne Victory. ABC News.
She's gotten worse. Lots of anger.
Ursula Carlson, No Filters, brand new comedy.
Contracted early onset Karen.
Ursula, streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Grundy down for Papley, beautifully, and Papley finishes. And he zips off to celebrate. That is silver service from Grundy to Papley. Pressured as he kicks on turnover. Caleb Daniel forward of halfway for North, looks inside 50. Overshoots Dawson out the back. Spargo snaps and goals. North possession again, kicks up towards half forward. McInerney drops the mark, allows in Darling. Off to Simpkin, time to steady, and goal! Finally, North find the major opening.
Zerha, dangerous kick to half-back. Roses breaks it up. Ball spills back to Myers. He's tackled, upended, lost it. Roses comes corridor. Logan McDonald takes the mark. The Kangaroos have worked hard for their goals. The Swans have made it look easy. Logan McDonald pokes through his third.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second term. It is North Melbourne who lead by a point. So North by 1, 8-8-56. So 16 scoring shots to 10. Sydney a 9-1-55. So 8-8 plays 9-1. It is halftime here, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We've had 4 lead changes, been a pretty entertaining game of footy. The Roos led by as many as 19 and Sydney led by as many as 11 themselves in that second term. Corpin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the action. Ray Chamberlain's on the boundary and our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Full day of footy to come. Obviously, up next is going to be GWS up against Essendon. You'll be able to hear that right here on ABC Sport. Emerged during the week, Ram, that the Giants are contemplating a name change. Tim Reid, who's their president, have said, look, no one in Western Sydney says they live in Greater Western Sydney.
That's fair.
Maybe we should change the name of the team.
Or maybe it's just West Sydney Giants.
Yeah. They'll have to change the song. That's the only concern. It's got that great beat.
Western Sydney. Oh, it's a good song too.
We are the Western Sydney. We could change it. Yeah, I think we could do it.
I have to pull out the Western a little bit longer, maybe in the way that we go through it.
Timing's out.
2 games coming up tonight.
Affects where they are in the alphabetical order too. Go from G to W.
You're waiting right.
Bit to think about there, Ben.
There it is.
Start the season on the bottom of the ladder.
All right, tonight up in Darwin, it is the Nepo Baby Cup. The Suns up against the Saints. The Suns, interestingly, since Damien Hardwick's taken over, they want out of Darwin. So they want to play less games there. Damien Hardwick's very much, if we want to be taken serious as a footy club, we've got to play all our home games at our home venue on the Gold Coast. And yet they've got this amazing record up there. They've won their last 8 games. I know the counterpoint's been put forward, if you want to be a serious team, you've got to be playing games at home. If you want to be a serious team, you want to be winning, don't you? And playing in Darwin's a pretty good way to go about that, where you have such a built-in advantage.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
And some of your academy is there as well.
Yeah, that's right. They get some talent from there, don't they? So,
look, Dimmer's... Look, he's saying the right thing, Dimmer. But at the same time, he knows he's got a competitive advantage in Darwin as well.
Correct.
So...
I reckon they should play more games in Darwin.
It's about growing their supporter base as well. I think, they've got a good following on the Gold Coast, but I think if you then can capture Darwin as well, like if you go to Darwin, there's Kevin Sheedy created a lot of Essendon supporters up in that region. Richmond, there's a lot of Richmond supporters up in that region.
And around Australia, I mean, with the footy clinics and whatnot, and we're looking at one called Middlemass, who met his hero at Claremont Oval in 1999.
That's right.
Adam Ramanauskas, and was so enamoured with the interaction that he's become a lifelong Essendon fan.
They say never beat your heroes, and look at Corbin. Look at Corbin and I.
Works with him every week.
Correct. And we've been lucky enough to do a few games up in Darwin when the Suns go up there. People in Darwin, more than anywhere else, they support their guys. Yeah. So it's amazing. You go along to the footy and you say, he's from the NT, he's from the NT, he's from up here and everything else. So the more NT guys they got in the team, the more love they're going to be
the question,
in that part of the world.
Is Benny Cameron getting his little winter getaway this year, or is the new arrival? No, he's...
Ben's lock and key.
I wasn't allowed to go
Darwin.
I wasn't invited to go to Darwin this year.
Do you know what? It's come around just a fraction too early, I reckon. It would have been great if this was in June or July.
The weather has turned, though. So.
It's a conversation for another day when we've got more time. But it seems logical that Darwin, the NT, would have the next AFL team if they wanted to go to 20. Now, I know that opens a can of worms and people will shout from the rooftops, but then you covered every state. Tassie are coming in, you cover every state. It's a true national competition from then on in. You play a 19-game season, so you play everybody once. Then you have your 5-week final series. So you're done and dusted in 24 weeks. Everyone's happy.
Just to complete the Saturday slate tonight, Scott Pendlebury equals the games record. So 432nd time he'll run out as he comes up against the Cats. So it is Collingwood and Geelong at the MCG this evening. Tom Stewart plays his 200th game too, so a little hat tip to him.
Story.
Wasn't on a list till he was 23 and becomes a 5-time All-Australian.
I posed the question on the ABC AFL Daily podcast, 5 drops a week, when we were doing the Thursday round preview episode with Brett Delidio. Has there been a better mature age pickup in the history of the game? So he's then gone on to be a 5-time All-Australian, arguably the best player in his position in the comp.
Define mature age.
Well, I think... Let's say over 22.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, or
miss your 21.
Miss your draft year, yeah.
Well, but miss your draft year, no, I think over 21.
I'm with you.
Okay, over 21.
Throw some more names at me.
So we came up with John Newcomb.
Yeah.
James Podsey Adley was one. Who else we got? Sam Durham.
Michael Barlow.
Yeah, Sam Mitchell was overlooked in his draft, but I think it was the year after.
Yeah, he only missed 1 year, didn't he?
Yeah, so I don't think we count that. I think mature age, 21 plus.
Yeah, maybe it's one for the SMS.
Dane Rampy.
0437 774 774.
He hasn't been as good a player as
a pretty good player.
He has. He's not a 5-time All-Australian.
Dane Rampy an All-Australian?
Definitely would have been, I'd imagine.
Just off the SMS here, it's a very quick clapback. Stewart was 24 when he played his first game, not 23. I did say he was on a list at 23. He played his first game the following year. He gets drafted late in the year, but we love the accountability. 0437 774 774. Earlier today, by the way, we did have AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, the award-winning program. The gang was all together. Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball and myself, Corbin Middlemass. It is available through ABC AFL Daily. Home for the footy conversation wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily. And the Fremantle coach joined us, the sprint team of the competition, the Dockers. We asked him about Fremantle's club Sykes, given the news during the week relating to the Carlton Football Club being fined $75,000 for bringing the game into disrepute for their handling or mishandling of the Elijah Hollins episode against Collingwood a few weeks back. This is what he had to say about exactly what happens at Fremantle and how their setup looks.
I actually sit in the coach's box. It's probably more of a performance. Well, it's clearly more of a performance thing than a mental health thing on game day. Because, the Elijah Hollins situation is a unique one and one we don't see very often, if ever before. So it's mainly a performance thing, and our Sykes might, or Joe might just give me a tap on the shoulder at a break and say, I've noticed this about this player, or noticed this about the group from a mental skills point of view, and that might help my messaging at quarter time or half time.
It's a pretty interesting insight, Bally, as to how certain clubs go about it. Obviously, it is very much under the microscope at the moment, but the Dockers having their Sykes sit with the coaches.
Yeah, I must say on it, I can't believe that, that there wouldn't be one employed full-time these days. I think that's got to be a non-negotiable, and I think he's right. I think we've got to shift the focus a bit. I mean, there's going to be players that have ongoing mental health issues, and clearly they play a role in that, but it's very much linked to performance. So he's right. And again, my experience with a few clubs that I was at, the psych or the mental skills coach played a huge role on game day, either up in the box or down on the my most recent experience at Essendon, down on the bench and having a significant impact on players as they came on and off the ground, and helping them with their cues and with any anxiety or whatever it is. So I'd be surprised if we don't see that across all clubs going forward.
They're pouring in the mature age recruits. We're looking for one that's better than Tom Stewart. More on that in a moment. 0437 774 774. Second half upon us here on ABC Sport. Kangas by 1. You're with Ben Cameron.
Sherry with the tap down and out of the middle. Sheasel, towering kick inside 50 for the Roos. No mark. Darling roving the pack. Onto it quickly, though. Edwards tackled, caught, holding the ball. Paul Curtis caught him. And Curtis will go back and kick for the Sticks to start the second half.
Oh, he certainly took on the tackler there, Edwards. He raised the arms first and then took a swipe at the ball. So good call by the umpire.
Centre bounce, like it's a clean win, isn't it? Isn't that such an advantage these days in modern foot? It feels like more than ever, or certainly more this year, doesn't it? Maybe the ruck rule, but again, Sheasel clean, out of the front of the centre bounce, deep entry, defenders under pressure.
Kicked a goal every game this year, Paul Curtis. 10-game goal streak, stretching back to last year, and that will continue. Dream start to the second half for North Melbourne. 9-8-62 plays 9-1-55. They lead by 7, less than a minute into the second half.
Well, we know he's powerful, Paul Curtis. It's been widely acknowledged, the weights that he lifts at the club, but it's okay to lift heavy weights, but then you've got to be able to utilise them in a game of football, and that's a perfect example there where you do utilise them. Edwards clearly a bigger opponent than Curtis, but Curtis was able to take him down easily in that tackle, so terrific forward pressure to start the second half for North.
This Curtis' strength's fast becoming like the Pendlebury basketball background. He's a strong man. He lifts however much. We're looking for mature age success stories, obviously on the light of Tom Stewart playing his 200th game tonight. Nomination here for Matt Prittis from Shane.
Brownlow medalist.
He's good tackle here. Wardlaw back in the middle. He holds up Heaney. He didn't release the foot. He had an arm free, and the umpire's there asking you to just try and make an attempt to get it out. He didn't do so. So Wardlaw gives it to Sheasel. Back to Wardlaw. Little scrappy. Handball away to Daniel. He goes short with the kick.
15.
To McKercher, not the required distance, tackled ball up.
Was 20 when he was drafted, though, Prittis, wasn't he?
21 when he debuted. So I've just done the little numbers on these to work out when they started. As Sheasel gets a kick away out towards half forward, collected by Simpkin. Hand pass further forward to Larkey. North still with it between wing and half forward. Back to Zerha. Short kick, not the required trip. This is Daniel. In the headgear. This is customary. Handball to Simpkin. Handball away to Sheasel. Kicks into oncoming traffic in Edwards. Ricochets to Rosas of the Swans.
Bites off the kick into the middle. Might work for Cootie. Has to slow up to pick it up. Gathers the footy forward. Handball to Papley. Sydney through the corridor. Papley likes the look of goals, but misses right. Those kicking boots have not been on this year.
It just needed a tick lead, didn't it? Back at the kicker. Just recognise that Papley probably hasn't got 60 in his kit bag at the moment. That was a missed opportunity there for Amati.
North by 6 points.
Rob in Brisbane says bloking Dane Zorko has most of those other guys covered. That's a
good call.
Great nomination. Twice a premiership player now, obviously, the 23-year-old.
I think he's won 5 BNFs too, hasn't he?
He was 23 when he debuted, so well done to that nomination there from Rob. We like that. Kangas through the middle of the ground. McKercher trying to link up with Daniel. Missed him. Cleaned up by Costanti. Hand pass away to Sheasel. Handball to McKercher under pressure. Just got it out. Punched away by McInerney to Cunningham. Knocked back in the other direction. There's all sorts of whistles here.
He's not happy here.
Oh, Constanti's right into it. There's a push and shove going on with Papley. And they are...
He decked him after Papley, after he handballed it. Decked him from behind. Certainly a free kick. The umpire saw it. Tom Papley not happy at all. Chased him.
Swans take the advantage. Lloyd's got it on the wing. Kicks inside the forward 50. Sherry in the box seat. Pushed into it by Roses. Takes the mark. Half back for North. So this game's just gone up a notch. We'll get back to those noms in a moment.
There was a big swinging arm as almost a jumper punch from Tom Papley as well. That'll be one to review. Did you gents see it?
Wow.
Ray telling me that it shouldn't be dobbing, but you're an umpire, Ray. That's what you guys did.
I will say this, snitches do get stitches, but also for those out there who want to whinge and moan about holding the ball, this first half, and I'm going to put the Moz on them, I know, excellent one to come back and review if you want to see how it's done right.
Low kicking around the wing. Thanks, Ray. Mark taken by Jack Darling. North leading by 6 points. Darling plays on, runs himself into a cul-de-sac. Now has to hook a kick inside 50. In the Larky direction. Falling to ground, very nearly marks. Wardlaw tackles. In the forward pocket here, North, and nowhere to go. Up by Howarth. Scurries in to ball it up. Kangas by 6.
Joey says Kel Wilkie.
Yeah, good one.
He was 23 as well on debut. Same age as Zorko, like that.
Only has one All-Australian Blazer, Wilkie, which surprised me when I just checked it.
Did Rampy have an All-Australian?
One in 2016, yep.
Here under the lid at Docklands on what is a pretty gloomy morning in Melbourne, certainly when we made our way in. North by 6. 5 minutes into the third, 4 lead changes. The boundary throw-in, a little shallow. Grundy grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass to half-back for McInerney. Having a career year. Off and running. Hand pass misses Rowbottom. He's bowled over. Intercepted by Logue. He got it out in the tackle somehow to O'Sullivan. In the end, Cunningham breaks it up. Knocks it to Mills. His hand pass almost a turnover and then eventually is. Picked up by Zerha. Bangs it inside 50 for North. Larky hits the deck. Free kick. No. Mark paid. And Melican will take up last line of defence for Sydney. 6 point lead for North, 6 gone in the third.
Melican just stabs it to Cunningham. North by 6 points. Cunningham short to Mills. Mills inside the defensive arc, just wheels and hooks a kick high to the wing. Lloyd and Simpkin both with hands on it. Melican arrives to rove the pack. Handball away to Lloyd again to Roses. Sydney on neutral territory on the wing. Lloyd running by, receives it from Roses. His forward handball away to Cootie. Looks inside 50. Out in front of Amati. Too wide. Amati can only stick a hand up and knock it out of play. Throw in right forward pocket for Sydney. They're down a goal, 6.5 into the third.
It's defending the ground better, the Kangaroos. Forcing the Swans wide. Having to attack and shallow wide entries. Defending the corridor a lot better. All of a sudden the Swans finding it hard to score, aren't they? Kicked the goal for a while.
North by 6, 7 minutes gone into third.
Not again.
Grundy down to Papley. Papley goals. He darts away to celebrate, but that connection again inside forward 50 is deadly. Grundy to Papley, the goal on the end of it, and the game is tied. 7 minutes gone in the third term. 10-2 plays 9-8. It reads 62-62, and this is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, yeah, it's a carbon copy of the second quarter there with Papley. I'm just seeing how he gets...
Caleb Daniel doesn't go with him.
It doesn't go with him at all. There was no block either. So that's damning for Caleb Daniel there.
It's just not a natural defender, is it?
No.
Play on a forward. We're just having a look at the Costanti. Oh, that'll get looked at a bit. And Tom Papley rightly disappointed with that. Costanti, a little cheap shot against his old teammate.
Overhand right. Wouldn't have looked out of place.
That's right.
He missed
That's fine. No problems there.
He missed it.
Oh, it wasn't.
There's no attempted striking anymore.
Let's ask the boxing commentator, Corbin Middlemass. He might be able to tell us what he thought of it. Out of the middle, Blake. He sweeps the handball out wide. Bice on his left boot. Kicks up to half forward to Marty, leading at the footy. Gets there on the half volley. Doesn't take it. Leaves it behind, and North arrive to support on their back flank. So we'll get a ball up. Left half forward here for Sydney. Scores level, 10-2, plays 9-8, as Corbin said.
Lee off the SMS says, what about Brett Kirk? He was 22 when he debuted. Of course, a pretty reasonable player for the Sydney Swans for a long period of time. How about Harry Taylor for a mature age pickup?
Yep.
He was 21 on debut, Harry Taylor.
What about Tristan Cherry?
That's a good one.
How old was he?
I think he was drafted in his draft year, wasn't he? That doesn't count.
A Bice from the stoppage, high up and under inside 50, knocked down towards McInerney. Great chase from Daniel, affects the kick. Oh, Zerha coughs it up, straight to Warner. Warner makes him pay. Forward 50 turnover, just picks the pocket of Zerha, and Warner hooks it over his shoulder for a goal. Sydney on top. The Swans 11-2-68, North Melbourne 9-8-62, and Chad Warner trying to work his way into the game, gives the Swans back the lead. Lead change number 5.
They're the challenges of swinging a forward into defence during a season when he's never played defence in his life. Like, that should just be out of the danger zone there. Coaches, it just kills them when they see handball like that to a 50-50 target inside your defensive 50. Now, Warner's just awake to it, but that ball's got to be on the boot from Cam Zerha.
That's what he can do, isn't it? He hasn't had a great day. Well, certainly didn't have a great first half, Chad Warner, but maximum impact, just making something out of nothing. That's a brilliant goal.
Sydney 2-1 in their second half after North kicked the first. North Melbourne out of the middle. Davies-Uniacke breaks a tackle, takes a bounce, kicks inside 50. Over the head of Curtis, and Blakey marks. There was some concern about whether he was injured off the SMS line in the second term. He's all good. He's out there. Moves it on to McInerney for Sydney. Now Mills, sweeping handball for Sheldrick. Another sweeping handball inside 50. Jordan steadies, shorts it, and Cootie marks. 40 out, slight angle to the right.
Outstanding by Sydney. Just really poor corridor defence by North Melbourne again. Now, we spoke about their forward handball before the game, and it's just not enough. North aren't coming up quick enough to stop the ball at the source. So it was 3 handballs through the middle of the Docklands, and then the kick inside forward 50.
It's got to get more bang for buck out of that centre clearance, don't they? It's not a great kick from Davies-Uniacke in the end.
Speaking of mature age pickups, out of the Sandful, Cootie goals, and Sydney are on a run. They lead by 2 goals neat. 12-2, 74 plays, 9-8-62. 11 travelled third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, they're winning the ball out of the centre, the Kangaroos, aren't they? They're certainly well on top in that part of the ground, but it just shows against this Sydney team who are so dangerous on the counter-attack. You've got to make that. It was Davies-Uniacke who's had a good day. You've just got to make those inside 50 disposals count. It was an unpressured kick, really, and he just pulled it across his body. Uncontested intercept mark from Nick Blakey, and then off to the races they go. Mills involved, smart kick, and well done by young Cootie to get on the end of it.
Well, turning the ball over against Sydney at your half-forward flank, on your half-forward line now, it's good as a goal with the way they're moving the football.
Yep.
Sydney's biggest lead of the game. There's a whistle here, out-of-zone umpire. The boundary umpire has called the decision here. Ray, tell me what's going on here. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
If a boundary umpire's called it, it's got to be for a break of either the square or the arc.
Okay.
Don't see that every day.
No, we haven't seen one of those for a long time, have we? The old break the square.
There we go.
The wingmen don't run in these days.
No. Free kick for Dawson. He's going to drive it deep for North. To full forward, punched away by Blakey into the path of Bice. Hand pass over to Mills. Mills kicks down the wing, turns it over, and Logue takes the intercept mark. We'd all be scratching our head if it wasn't for Ray Bean here. As North go back inside 50. Clears the head of the pack. Scooped up at fullback by Edwards. And pretty solid down there. His hand pass, though, intercepted by Stevens. Rolled over in the Bice tackle. Umpire circles. Ball eventually comes out. Sheldrick scoops it up. Handball away to Cunningham. Floats a kick down the wing. Turnover again. And Davies-Uniacke takes the intercept mark on halfway. City wing. Sydney by 12 points. That's their biggest lead today. 13 minutes gone in the third.
Davies-Uniacke. Shallow inside 50. McInerney underneath it. Curtis arrives late. Ball hits the deck. Melican makes it his. Sydney in their back pocket. Cunningham turns it over. Stevens. Trembath. North at high half forward. Sheasel away to Daniel. Kicks inside 50. Up goes Dersmer out the back. Spargo or Dawson. Take your pick. It's the ladder. Off to Zerha. Now Colby McKercher receives. Kicks to the pocket. Beautiful and Blamires marks. 35 out, 45-degree angle.
He's starting to win more of his possessions in the front half, Colby McKercher, and when he gets some time and space, that's what he can do. Great vision. Swans had parked the bus a bit, had probably 15 or 16 players back in the Kangaroos forward 50, but beautiful kick to space. Drew Blamires onto the footy. Important kick this from the youngster.
It's a great story.
Another mature ager.
Yeah, 23 years of age, working in Collingwood's commercial department, and now kicking goals for North in the AFL. Cuts it back to a one-goal game. 12-2, 74 plays, 10-8, 68. 14 travelled in the third. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, it's good by North Melbourne. Get challenged, respond. And that was just hard work inside their forward 50. Release handball back one, release handball back two, until they got it to the kicker in McKercher, who has the vision to spread the ball wide for that goal. But it's good signs for North Melbourne. I'm not used to seeing this for many reasons, and for many years that as soon as a team was challenged North Melbourne, they would just fold really, really quickly. But they're going okay.
Are they playing 1996 music after every goal tonight as well?
Is that what's happening?
They are.
All right. 6-point lead for the Swans. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. They'd kicked the previous three, Sydney, before that Blamires goal. Davies Uniacke can dart out of the middle with the footy. He's had a heap of it. Kicks to the hot spot. Punched away by Edwards. Into the path of Bice. Sweeping hand pass to centre-half back. Papley went at it one-handed. Bowled over by Spargo. Wardlaw goes and gets it. Handball away to Parker. Kicks to full forward for the Kangas. Darling down there in a wrestle with Rampy. Ball hits the deck. Curtis mowed down by Cunningham. Chase down tackle, holding the ball.
Yeah, just lacked a bit of awareness, didn't he? Got to the right spot, Paul Curtis, and won the footy.
North fans feel like they wanted it in the back. I was happy enough with that. What do you reckon, Ray? Was that all right?
So he had a fend, that's a prior, and he rolled over the side, didn't land on his number. That's holding the ball. They put a clinic on with tackling, to be fair.
Clearing kicked a half back, punched out of bounds by Dawson, so we'll have a throw in half forward for the Roos. 6-point lead for Sydney. We picked the right topic today. This is very popular off the SMS. The Traralgon Tiger says Marlon Pickett, first senior AFL game, obviously a premiership. Mason Cox is the nomination from Brendan in Hobart. I think he was 25 when he debuted. Of course, the American Pie.
Throw in, half forward here for North. Tapped down there by Dawson. Gets it back from Wardlaw. Rushes a kick inside 50. Darling attacks it. Stripped of it by Mills. Sydney ball inside the defensive arc. Sheldrick to Lloyd. To Blakey. Cuts around a man. Flicks a handball to Lloyd. Through the middle. Run down. Great chase. And he's caught there by Dawson. The big man run him down. That is big for North.
He can move. He kicks inside the forward 50. Turnover. Curtis the target. Intercepted by his direct opponent, Wicks. Gives it by hand to Sheldrick through the middle of Docklands. Handball to Heaney. Forward handball to Blakey. Blakey eyes the sticks. Lowers his vision. Short kick to Lloyd. Who marks right half forward. He'll level probably more central than that. Centre half forward, just right of centre. He'll kick from about 40 out.
He did the hard work, picked Will Dawson, didn't he? That was terrific. His first game back into the team today, but just needed a bit more composure to go back and find the right option. It was just a hack kick inside 50, and before he knew it, it was coming back at a rate of knots again. And Nick Blakey, what a year he's having. So hard to stop in transition footy.
Jake Lloyd to try and finish it all off. The defender turned forward. Lloyd's kick is there. And the Swans have kicked 4 of the last 5. Trying to take over this game against a plucky opponent, North Melbourne, who have had 18 shots to 15, and yet it's the side with 3 fewer shots that leads by 12 points. 17 gone in the third. Sydney 13-2. They lead North Melbourne 10-8. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, just deadly accurate as well. 13 goals too for the Swans. But it's just this. It's between the arcs really that's really costing North Melbourne at the moment. They just can't stop Sydney's ball movement once they get going. So it's probably committing one of your half forwards to sit behind the ball rather than getting yourself too deep inside your own forward 50 if you're a North Melbourne player. Let's start protecting the corridor here because Sydney they're having their way.
Well, at times you've got to defend with the ball too, don't you? Yeah. So the shallow entry is just too dangerous against this team. So that was a great example there. Great effort by Dawson, win the footy back, but to go back and just to kick it a nice shallow entry to a 50-50, we're way too dangerous against the Sydney team.
Secondary ball up in the middle. North come away with it. Rush kick by Dawson. Will land just beyond the attacking arc. The bounce favours Stevens. Roberts goes at him though. And then eventually Stevens slaps it out. Darling and Edwards. Darling just tacks it off the deck. Inside 50 for North. Slick hand Spargo. And Dersma should finish. He does. Great pickup from Spargo. And the hands were lightning fast. 2 for Dersma. And North are hanging around. 13-280 plays 11-8-74. 19 travelled third term.
Just a big 50-50 ball out on the wing, wasn't it? And Roberts, and I think it was Dylan Stevens, who's had a pretty good day, winning the 50-50. Nothing pretty. Quick kick off the ground, inside 50, and Spargo. Great call, Ben. Was so clean. One touch. Quick hands to Dersma, who's just got a knack, doesn't he, of being in the right spot inside 50. Kicks his second goal. He's up to 14 for the year. It was Jack Darling. Nothing pretty about that. Just a hack kick forward off the ground. And Dersma good enough to finish. Goal for goal.
It's been impressive from the Kangas. A couple of times today the Swans threatened to rip it away from them, and they've come back on every occasion. Heaney roves it from the hit out from Grundy. Handball back to Grundy. Kicks the centre half forward. Spills down to Daniel. North rebound up to halfway, and Wicks gets separation with Spargo. Takes the intercept mark. So 6-point lead for Sydney. They've been trailed for 70% of the first half. Give and go for Wicks. Kicks inside 50. Bounces off the body of Logue. Live footy. Hits the deck inside Sydney's front half. Luke McDonald to Blamires. Handball away to Sheasel. He dishes it off to McKercher. Runs into a dead end. Back to Luke McDonald. Blamires trying to toe poke it through. Picked up by Daniel. And tackled front on by Rosas. We'll have the ball up centre half forward for the Swans. Ray Chamberlain.
Just a very quick follicle update of Griffin A. Logue. He just came off interchange. Just a very neat number one cut, Corb, just from the first quarter there, mate.
Beautiful. It's sharp.
It's one all over. It's one length, isn't it?
Yes.
There's no sort of fade either. As Colby McKercher moves it out wide to Simpkin. Back flank for North. Swans by 6 points. Simpkin onto Luke McDonald. Bumped as he kicked by Rosas out of bounds on the full. Sydney win the ball back on the wing for Riley Bice. Luke McDonald went to run off the mark. He has to come back and stand it. So Bice just pokes it over the top to Rosas. 60 from home here for Sydney. Chisels the ball inside 50. Overshoots his target out the back. Logue dispossessed, knocked out in the tackle. No, holding the ball. And he went to burst through and he was caught.
Was it a tackle? That's the question here. He certainly had prior opportunity.
Definitely stripped the ball.
What do you think, Ray?
It's in the margins. I'll tell you what, the thing that annoyed me the most, they got the fellow on the mark to come back, but the player who was closest, which was Roses, he didn't have to come back and take his kick, which gave the overlap disposal to go inside 50. So you're going to take one, you've got to pick the other.
I don't think that was a tackle.
I don't have an issue with that.
Good to see we agree as usual, Cole.
Working well, you two.
Heaney trots in. Puts his laces through it, and he can make that 3 for Isaac Heaney. Sydney back out by 2 goals neat. 14-2-86 plays 11-8-74. We've got 6.5 minutes of game time in this third term.
I think if you grab the footy and you try and burst through the tackle and you lose it on the way through, your benefit of the doubt is against you immediately.
Yeah, I agree, but the rule says it's got to be from a legal tackle.
Yeah. It's got to be a tackle.
You can't just knock the ball out of their hands.
How do you know the tackle wouldn't have stuck if you didn't get the ball?
I reckon he was through. I think I hear what you're saying, Corbin. It just shows how challenging the rule can be at times.
If Ray's talking it's in the margins, well, it's play on.
Yeah. Ray?
I love that, Rammer. If it's not a hell yeah, it's an absolute no.
Yeah.
You got a different version on air to off air with that, which I love as well. You can fill in the blanks. 12 points the margin. It's a Saturday footy on ABC Sports. Swans lead it. Advantage applied. Everyone stopped. Warner keeps going. Drives the kick goalward and he misses out to the left. Behind. 13-point lead for Sydney. This is their biggest lead of the day.
Just on Isaac Heaney, one of 3 players to average more than 25 disposals, more than a goal and more than 5 clearances a game this season.
The other 2?
Any guesses?
Bont
is one.
What was the... Sorry, I missed the start of that.
Weren't listening.
No,
25 disposals, 1 goal and 5 clearances as Daniel kicks up towards the wing. Sherry launches at it. Heaney crumbs the pack, gets it off though to Simpkin. His handball back into the mark, turnover. Centre half forward for Sydney. Cootie, handball to Warner, handball to Sheldrick. Tries to break the tackle, does, snaps, goals. Sydney out by a game high 19 points. 15-3-93. Plays 11-8-74. 24 minutes into the third term. The other two, by the way, Bontempelli and Christian Petrarca.
Yep. Well, there's Jai Simpkin there. Just poor handball, really. Poor decision, wasn't it? It was to a 50-50, and then that's one McCurch has just got to stand up and be a little bit stronger with. Ball bobbled out, but here, look at Simpkin, chest out. Just an extra handball not required. Put his teammate under far too much pressure. Then again, it wasn't pretty, but he's becoming a real player, this Angus Sheldrick, isn't he? So strong.
Powerful through the hips.
Isn't he? Through the hips, shrugged the tackle, left footer, but that time good enough to go onto his right. And a great finish. Tide just starting to turn here. They're hanging on for dear life now, the Kangaroos.
6 goals to 3 in the quarter. Swans by 19. The Roos led it by 19 themselves earlier in the game. Heaney scoops it up off the deck, gives it to Warner, walks out the front door of the centre square. Handball to Papley, ugly kick. Half volley pick up. Comben did really well. And got it out towards Blamires in the back pocket. Roos at breaking point. They need an answer. Kick down the wing. Off hands. Ball spills to the wing. Picked up by Blakey. Runs into a bit of strife. Davies-Uniacke paddles it down to Spargo. Spargo got it out. Was taken high. And Spargo's going to take the kick. And the North fans a little salty. They feel like they've been hard done by today. Spargo looks inside the forward 50. Darling trying to turn his opponent inside out. Jams it on the boot. Tumbles a kick goalward. It misses. Slash carried through by Melican. 18 points, Sydney's lead. 26 gone third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sports. Swans by 18.
6 goals to 3 in the third term, the way of Sydney. Bias inside the defensive 50.
Corridor's open.
And he kicks up the middle. Finds Wicks, so gives it to the runner Warner through the bullseye. Inside 50, Papley in best position over his head. Zerha intercept marks for North. Pokes it out wide for Parker. Off the right back flank, kicks up to the wing. Constanti's attempted mark, broken up. Warner there for Sydney, away they go. Through Blakey, centering kick, ends up with Amati.
Great kick.
And they run to Melican.
Yeah.
That was a huge spoil, wasn't it? Looked like an uncontested mark for the Kangaroos, but
just got there.
Showed some great closing speed, didn't he? Affected the spoil, and then Warner and Blakey again having a massive impact this quarter. Nick Blakey. Beautiful kick, isn't he? Like at speed, and that time was just across the body, hooking it across the body. Great vision.
9 goals in the last 3 weeks for Joel Amati. 20 on the season. Boot to ball from 47, got very close to the man on the mark. Sprayed it right. Swans lead by 19 points. Equal game high either way. 26 minutes into the third term.
Daniels dumps it to the back pocket. Cam Zerha goes long up to Trembath, who takes the mark. He's had a quiet couple of weeks. Gives a handball away towards Stevens. Sends the kick in the Larkey direction. Got Edwards to deal with. Edwards got his knuckles on it. Spills out in front of Rampy. Paddles it to his own advantage. Close to the boundary line. Rampy wins it. Gives it to Wicks. He's tackled. Lost it. Over the boundary line. And now it's on again. A bit more push and shove. And again, it's Constanti at the centre of it. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
He does love wrestling Sydney players.
Costanti's not on his own there. Wicks, after any little mistake from an opposition player, doesn't mind whipping around and letting them know about it. I don't think he's one of the more popular blokes out there at the moment.
2 rucks go for a waltz, both with hands on it. Sheasel trying to get there in the pocket for North. Sherry picks it up. Handball to Curtis. Handball on to Davies-Uniacke. Dispossessed in the tackle. There is Wicks for Sydney. Back pocket to Rampy. Away to McInerney. Onto Blakey. Time to get on his left, and he kicks into the middle. It works out. That is exquisite.
Oh. Papley lifts a handball over the top to the runner Jordan. Hand pass to Mills. Clever. Just knocks it back to Papley. Now at centre half forward. 1-2 with Rowbottom. Papley's kick out to McLean, who marks a left half forward.
The difference in this game right now is North just simply can't defend turnover. And they're attacking the centre corridor.
There's a kick from Blakey. Well, that's pretty hard to defend, isn't it? But you're right. That's the challenge, isn't it? That's the mission against this Swans team at the moment. As the game opens up a bit, fatigue sets in, concentration drops, you leave it open, and even then, Papley made it hard work, didn't he? But they end up with another mark inside 50.
Hayden McLean, first game since the final round last year. His drop punt misses everything.
I think when you know a team is really attacking corridor, your wingers have got to stay more defensive. Now, you've got to have just extra numbers through the centre of the ground to it's just an avalanche. Like, there's 4 Sydney players every time, versus maybe 2 or 3 North Melbourne players going through the middle of the ground.
Parker's kick up to the wing. Darling launching at it. Davies-Uniacke bursting through, still paddling. Gets to neutral territory and wins a free kick. Got a little jumper tug. Just on Sydney's start to the season, their best percentage after 8 games played since 1909. You'll be pleased to know, Rammer and Bawley, they won the flag in that year as South Melbourne. North trying to move it through the corridor here, and Sheasel just held up. It was 1 percentage point less that year, 165.5 to begin this season. Kick out wide for Simpkin. Swans by 19 points. Simpkin kicks around the wing and finds Trembath. What a young player this man is. What a find.
Goalless the last 2 weeks, trying to get himself up and going. Looks in the Darling direction, running leap at it, no mark. The hand pass picked off. Constanti against the old mob. And the Roos will not go away. They once led this game by 19. They then trailed by 19. They trimmed that deficit to 13 here. Kangaroos 12-9-81. Sydney 15-4-94. Half-hour mark in the third. It is Sydney by 13.
Well, that was a terrific front centre there by Costanti. So great courage by Edwards going back into that marking contest. But that's where you need to be.
Good step, wasn't it?
Yeah. Quick step it was. So good contest by Darling. And just Constanti was there. Just wasn't too close to the contest where he overran it. Was there where he needed to be.
Yeah, the 2 possessions, but it's felt like he's been in the game a lot more than that, hasn't he?
He's wrestled
been lively. He is. He's
26 wrestles here on
a lot of wrestles
as well.
Yeah, you don't get credited with those on the stat sheet, but he's been in everything from that point of view.
North out of the middle again. Sherry away to Sheasel. High kick to a pack. Blakey breaks it up, punches it away. Loose ball inside 50 for North. McKercher swarms. Umpire wants it. Ray Chamberlain.
Boys, from an elevated position, I'd love to get your reflections on some of the pre-body work going on with Edwards and Larkey. Larkey hasn't had a great day today. Flopping around a bit. Love to know what's going on there.
Grundy knocks it forward onto it. Davies-Uniacke. Forward pocket here for North. He's retreating. Gets it back to Sheasel. Away to O'Sullivan. Centering kick. North have position. No mark. Ball hits the deck and Melican cleans up at fullback. Away to Mills. A nice step and a clearing kick.
Papley and Myers both at the drop. Myers reaching over the top.
He didn't need to. He's let them off the hook, and they're off here, the Swans. They've got numbers out here on the wing.
Hanging on to Papley's jumper. Free kick for the diminutive forward. Kicks out to the wing for Cootie, who's off and running. Has a bounce. Trying to draw Simpkin. Gives a handball to Lloyd. He fumbles. He's got a problem now. Simpkin comes to tackle. Got a hand pass out back to Cootie. Goes to ground as well. Handball to Jordan. Back to Lloyd. Ugly entry inside 50. Parker says, I got it. Holds him out. Takes the mark. And that'll do us. And that is a big quarter of footy. And the Sydney Swans threatening to bust this game open. They kicked 6 goals to 4 in the term. And the Kangaroos kicked the last one that they needed just to hang about in the game. 15-4-94 Sydney. They lead North Melbourne 12-9-81. So Swans by 13. A game in which they trailed by 19 in the opening term. They're now on top by more than 2 goals. The goal kickers to three-quarter time for Sydney. It's pretty stacked at the top end of your page. 3 for Heaney, 3 for Logan McDonald, 2 for McLean, 2 for Papley, and then singles for Warner, Sheldrick, Cootie, Amadi and Lloyd. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, 2 each for Dersma and for Darling. And then individuals, O'Sullivan, Simpkin, Spargo, Curtis, Sherry, Blamires, Constanti and Zerha. We did try and introduce our little topic of the day, which was mature age recruits in the spirit of the 200 gamer. Tom Stewart didn't play an AFL game till he was 24. He's 5-time All-Australian, plays his 200th game tonight. Some other nominations that came through during the quarter. Andrew Ngala says, what about Craig Bradley? Age 22 when he started. Of course, played Shield cricket before that. John in Edgewater, my nomination for mature age recruit is Ross Glendinning. I believe he was 22 when he debuted for North Melbourne. He was then 31 when he started at the West Coast Eagles. And their entry in the competition, Damien and Mildura, a couple out of the Sandful. Ben Stratton, he's from the Waffle, key player in a three-peat, obviously at Hawthorn. Didn't get there till he was 24. He said Paul Puwapolo out of the Sandful as the nomination. Apologies for the misread there, Damien. But two good players to throw forward. Brody Myercheck debuted at 25. We love what he's doing. Obviously a premiership player with the Pies and now with the Demons. And shout out to Prue as well, who says, "Hi team, I'm listening and enjoying your call from Istanbul. My apologies. Go the Swans from Prue." Thanks, Prue. Appreciate that. And all your contributions throughout the day. 0437 774 774. The thoughts of Rama and Bawley not too far away. Sydney by 13. It is three-quarter time here at Docklands. We're back in 30 seconds. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that's just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last win, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Grundy down to Papley. Papley goals. He darts away to celebrate, but that connection again inside forward 50 is deadly. Vice from the stoppage, high up and under inside 50, knocked down towards McInerney. Great chase from Daniel. The kick. Zerha coughs it up, straight to Water. Water makes him pay.
Stevens slaps it out. Darling and Edwards. Darling just tacks it off the deck inside 50 for North. Slick hand Spargo. And Dersma should finish. He does. Heaney crumbs the pack. Gets it off though to Simpkin. His handball back into the mark. Turnover. Centre half forward for Sydney. Cootie. Handball to Warner. Handball to Sheldrick. Tries to break the tackle. Does. Snaps. Goals.
Looks in the Darling direction. Running leap at it. No mark. The hand pass picked off. Constanti against the old mob. And the Roos will not go away.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Felt at breaking point a couple of times for North, once in the second quarter, once again in the third, and yet they hang about. So Sydney by 13 at three-quarter time. To Sydney next here on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. The Giants and the Bombers. Brett Sprigg heading up the call. Spriggy.
Well, on topic, what about Sam Durham? 100 games today for one of the most beloved Bombers. So you mentioned mature age players. He, of course, got his opportunity via the mid-season draft half a decade ago now. So 100 games for Sam Durham today. And 6 changes all up for Brad Scott's Bombers. 4 of them elective, with Ben Mackay headlining those omissions. They also lose Jai Caldwell and Sardell Hawley to their respective injuries, but count Parrish, Redmond, Perkins and May among the inclusions. The Giants, the home side, 4 changes for them. All of them forced through injury, with Jesse Hogan's hip complaint the most significant of those. This is a game the Giants have to win. That's an understatement, I think, because the only teams below them are West Coast, Carlton, Essendon and Richmond. So if they are to make something of season 2026, what better way to start that resurgence than under clear blue skies and magnificent early evening conditions here in Sydney. And I will point out too, the result has swung on the past 5 occasions, and the Giants won last time, so cling on to that one, Corby and Rama. I saw as well Jayden Laverde down there socialising with his former teammates, and he's had a great year so far for the Giants, so a big occasion for him up against his former side today at the Sydney Showground. No late changes, by the way. Ryan O'Keefe and Jason Saddington will join me, Daniel Garb and Phil Pryor for the call of the Giants and the Bombers. It's all coming your way next.
Thanks, Spriggy. Looking forward to all of that. So GWS and Essendon next up, Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. The VFL was on ABC TV this afternoon. The interest point here was clearly around Brian Myers, who played a game of footy with a partially torn ACL, making his return for the Cats. This is what he had to say post-game on ABC TV.
Played a few games and I just had a bit of instability through the knee, so I was just working through it, and then the physios just said we'll get a scan, and the scan showed some poor results for me, but the feeling was, I was like, I can play, so why should we go for 12 months? And it's still not off the cards, if we're being honest, so we'll see how the next few weeks goes as well, but today was a huge step in the right direction, so I'm not out of the woods, but I'm feeling good.
The Cats won by 10 goals in that game, by the way. If you want to watch it for yourself, you can see it on ABC iView. Catch up anytime. Quick thoughts before the start of the final term, Sydney by 13.
Well,
Look, and I said this in that third quarter, North are just really struggling to defend on turnovers. Sydney through the middle of the ground. Sydney that quarter ball, 42 kicks, 57 handballs. Yeah. They had 4 more possessions than North Melbourne, but 250 metres gain more. So that forward handball that we spoke about before the game was in action and go in that third quarter for the Swans.
Just for completeness too, Myers had 21 disposals in his VFL hit-out. Quarter of footy to play here. Game on the line. 13 points. Sydney's lead as we start the final term. The ruck Sherry down. Sherry got it out though. Kicks to half forward. Constanti grabs it. Tackled immediately by Blakey. Blakey a little slow to get up to. He may have copped one in all of that. Meanwhile, the ball keeps rumbling forward for North. Lloyd under pressure. Gives it away to Rampy. Handball to Melican. Got to get it out somehow. Constanti shoved his opponent out of the way, dropped the footy. Heaney wins it, gives it to Sheldrick, handball to McInerney, off the back flank, kicks Sydney down to half forward. McLean in a tangle with Comben, free kick. It's going McLean's way, 70 metres out from goal. Sydney by 13. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Start of the final term.
Hapley did want to take the advantage, but they said it had to come back. McLean kicks into the pocket. Warner hands to it very nearly on the goal line. Roses was around the area, always dangerous. 7 goals last week. He was the first Sydney Swan to do that since the week before when Charlie Curnow did it. Sydney by 14 points, 1 minute into the fourth term.
Daniel brings it in. That's why we got him here. As Parker takes the mark.
What a stat.
It's up Zerha. Plays a hand pass away towards Stevens. Handball further on. Finds O'Sullivan. High up and under to half forward. Sherry got a bit to do running back with the flight. Brought it to ground. Hits the deck. Rampy away to Mills. Now to Edwards. And the red jumper's back with it for the Swans. He kicks beyond the wing. McLean outnumbered. Puts his fist through it. Finds the safety of the boundary line.
Just been good Callum Mills. Big in that third quarter. Just when it felt like North were coming at the Swans. He had 9 possessions. He's back to his best this year, isn't he, for the Swans?
Yeah.
Like Edwards too. He'd be hard to play on, I reckon. Just really honest. Competes in the air.
Swans by 14 points. You feel like North need the first goal of this final term. Sherry hatching an egg. The umpire feeling generous. We'll pull it up.
North need a lift out of their forwards. So Darling 8 possessions, Curtis 7, Trembath 7, Larkey 6, Dersma 5.
Neither ruck touches it. Sherry ends up with it. Hurries the kick up to half forward. Mills leads the chase. Sydney ball back flank. And what a Rampy. Slips the tackle there of Dersma. His kick not quite as good as breaking the tackle though. Turnover. Curtis picks it up. Handballs back into the mark. Wardlaw makes it his. He'll kick to the pocket. And Dersma's in space.
And I say those North forwards there to lift. They've had it inside 55 times. So the opportunity's been there for them to go to work. So this quarter, it's got to be a huge work rate. Sydney have been terrific from half back in the way they've built up to a scoring opportunity.
Mark said 45 metres out. Very tight angle here for Dersma. This would take something special. Dersma's drop punt. He's fading back. It won't quite get there. Punched through close to the line by Melican. Swans lead 13 points. 3 minutes played. Final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
You clearly watch a lot of the under-18s, Rammer, in your role as a player agent. Zane Dersma is having his best year to date. Is this what he was in the underage stuff as a hybrid forward, or what did he do there?
He went up on the ball a lot.
Will he do that eventually?
I think he has to, because he's too quiet in long periods of the game as a forward.
Blakey runs to the back pocket, goes long to the wing. Jordan had a play on it, turns it over. Wardlaw does well, wins it on the wing. Gives it to Stevens, sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass away to Davies-Uniacke. Gets his way around Jordan once. Jordan recovers. Davies-Uniacke still runs, carries, kicks to the hot spot. Trembath's reaching for it. Couldn't complete the mark. Larkey tackles Edwards, ball up. Hot spot for the North, 15, 20 metres out from goal.
And I say that, Court, because he's very good around stoppage. His hands are good, but he just hasn't had that opportunity at North Melbourne yet.
Grundy brings it down. Curtis goes in, burrowing after the footy. The ball comes out for Bice. And then Sydney connects it through Lloyd. Kick to the wing, bouncing ball, tumbles boundary side and gets away from Roses. North Melbourne ball between wing and half forward. Simpkin hurries over, gets the free kick. Kicks infield to Parker.
Talk about the line brief flashes that Sonia Hood used. That we've seen it from Zane this year, haven't we? We've seen some flashes as to what he's capable of.
Parker kicks into the pocket. Nobody there apart from Edwards for Sydney. And the man who looks like the XL, Isaac Heaney, takes a defensive mark in the right back pocket for Sydney. They lead by 13 points.
13 points is the margin. A long kick back in down the wing, off hands, it slips out of bounds. And Ivan Boundary throwing right on halfway. And Swans fans and Swans players appealing for insufficient intent, not forthcoming. How about this from Anthony in the ACT? What about Charlie Hardy, who debuted for Essendon in 1921 at 34 years of age, played 36 games and then coached 79. It's got to be worth a mention. I'm not sure it is worth a mention, Anthony, but I appreciate that.
Sherry takes it out of the ruck for North, kicks to half forward Dersma. They stream back inside 50, kick to Curtis, he marks.
Oh, that hurt.
Late closing pressure from Edwards.
He makes you earn it. Oh, yeah.
Might have landed right on the coccyx there, Paul Curtis, did he?
I say that, by the way, to Anthony. The original point of that, we've loved just naming players. We can do that all day here on ABC Sport. But we were trying to find a better mature age recruit than Tom Stewart. And I think we undervalue All-Australian Blazers.
Yeah, we had to put in some caveats too, didn't we? Like
5 times you're an All-Australian in 200 games and didn't start till 24. That's pretty...
I think Zorko's a good challenger.
Yeah, so do I. Because it suits my argument, you don't debut until you're over 21. As Curtis on the drop punt for North is across the goal mouth. Leaving a few chances out there, North Melbourne. Sydney by 2 goals neat. 15-5-95 plays 12-11-83, 6 into the fourth.
Blakey into Mills, marks at half-back, short kick to Logan McDonald. Marks, plays on, gives it a whack down to half-forward. McLean in a one-on-one with Comben. Comben does well to knock it away, but at the drop there's Papley buzzing around. Zurhar crunches him. Ball spits out. Swans keep their feet. One of them, Warner, collects the Sharon. Hand pass inside. Sheldrick darts away. Didn't get enough on it. Shallow kick marked in the goal square. And getting back, O'Sullivan picks it off for North. Last line of defence, Sydney by 12. 6.5 gone final turn.
Time to straighten up, didn't he? And kick it on the left. Tried to kick it around the body.
Expect him to finish that. North still at fullback. Colby McKercher running into a dead end. Has to get away from Cunningham. Does. Turns it over. Straight to the Swans. Lloyd marks. Kicks it back to Harry. And he gets rewarded for his chase. That's footy karma. And Cunningham will go back and kick for goal. 20 out. Slight angles.
Trying to do too much in your defensive 50 there, McKercher. Sometimes you just got to take your medicine, kick long, get it out of the danger zone. But he wanted the perfect kick. Great pressure by Cunningham.
What a great perseverance story. A great survivor. 15th season as a Swan. 224th game today. And he misses right. Colby McKercher breathes a sigh of relief. Did have it put to me as well that Colby McKercher, very similar facially to our man Corbin Middlemass.
Oh,
right.
Corby McKercher.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
I'll take that. Run that down the wing. Grundy got a hand pass away towards Cootie. Cootie flares it out by hand to Bice. Kicks inside 50 and up goes low. Punches it out of play. So throw in half forward for Sydney. Need the next goal, don't they, North Melbourne? Which would also double up as the first goal of this final term. North led this game by 19 points in the opening term. They led for 70% of the first half. They trail by 13 now. Sydney on top. North have done well to hang with one of the flag fancies. And the boundary throwing, we're going nowhere fast, and we're going to have a ball up. At least I thought we were. It's holding the ball. The feet of the ruckman, dragged in underneath all of that by Logan McDonald. So free kick for North. They'll get it on the back flank, and Sherry will take it. Sydney by 13, 8.5 gone final term. Coming up next, if you're in the ACT, it's NRL action. The Dragons up against the Knights. For everybody else, Giants, Bombers on deck.
Worked on to Curtis. Defensive point of the square. Spoke pre-game, Corbin, you and I, about North's victories as well as Curtis kicks into the middle of the ground. Costanti drops the mark and the Swans swarm. Handball from Lloyd, nearly a turnover. Cunningham mops it up. Middle of the ground, Sydney ball. Wicks. Handball away to Jordan. Handball to McInerney. Sweeping, looping handball. Blakey gathers now. Moves it on to Warner. Centre half forward Sydney. Warner pirouetting, chipping out wide. And Lloyd takes it 49 metres out. Can he go back and kick for goal here?
Yeah, this would be right on his distance, I think. I think prime of his career, Jake Lloyd gets the distance. His legs have got a few Ks on him now.
Game 280 today. He and Dane Rampy, 4 losing grand finals, unfortunately. 14, 16, 22 and 24. In the years of those grand finals, they haven't won one either. Lloyd veers out to the right. His drop punt won't have the distance. Trembath goes up. Lots of it. Live ball, top of the square for Sydney. Zerha clears for North.
Hands on it from Darling at half-back. Off the pack, spills through towards Wicks. He wanted the 1-2, not forthcoming. Grundy uses it himself. Pack collapses in front. Spills out the back to Simpkin. Here's all the blue and white jumpers, but there's not a lot up ahead. Curtis goes laterally by hand to Myers. He's back to Sheasel. Sheasel shoots a hand pass through to Simpkin. He goes back by hand to Daniel. It's all the same area of the ground. Still at half-back for North. Centering kick to McKercher. Now the switch. Long ball out to half-back for Sherry.
Going nowhere.
And they find a way through. 13 points is the deficit. Sydney on top. 10.5 gone final term. Hands it back to McKercher. Short kick to Luke McDonald. Centre half back for the Roos. Down by 13. Tick, tick, tick. 10.5 gone final term.
Now stagnant. Kicks into the middle. Trembath makes the kick look all right. Might have hurt himself. Leaping up to mark. He seems okay. Well, now he's a bit sore.
Hyperextend on the way down.
Yeah, he's got the hand up. Kicks out wide for Sheasel, who moves it into Davies Uniacke. His kick just sits in the air, but able to mark it. Larkey. They need the next here, North. Trailing by 13. Larkey goes long inside 50. Grundy in best position. Defensive mark doesn't take it. Well, he had a lot of it, but spilt it at the last minute. Ball up, forward pocket here for North Melbourne. Trembath still waving at the bench. They're not looking at him.
You're all over it, Benny. He needed to follow Grundy down there and wasn't able to go. From the restart, here's O'Sullivan. Slips over with the footy. Comes out towards McInerney. He's tackled. Says, I'll have it. Repeat stoppages inside 50. They somehow found a way through the maze.
Yeah. It was slow. It took a lot of time off the clock.
They get the ball inside their attacking arc. Lloyd trying to change that. Dump kick out of defence. Punched away by Daniel. Still alive footy. Hits the deck. Picked up by Sheasel. Snaps. Goals. Game on under the lid at Docklands. It's a 7-point margin. Sydney 15-6-96. The Sheasel goal brings North a little closer, 13-11-89. We're a dozen minutes into the final term, and this game is right on. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, I had to find something, Bally, because it was just they were fiddling with the ball across half-back, and you were just waiting for them to turn over with the Swans just pushing forward and pushing forward. And they edged their way forward, but it's really the contest of Jack Darling, because Grundy should have taken that mark. But Jack Darling gets their spoils, gets a restart stoppage, and then it's okay. It's a bit messy for a period of time in North Melbourne's forward 50. But when you want the ball in the hands of somebody that can kick a goal or hit a pass, you want it to go to Harry Sheasel.
Worked his way into the game, hasn't he? Started with the tag, but worked his way into the game as Jordan went across to Davies Uniacke up to 26 possessions. Sheasel.
Lots of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. North out of the middle. Davies Uniacke feeds Sheasel. Kick to half forward, holding free kick on Blakey. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Swans by 7 points. Son of the premiership player for North, Blakey. Just pokes his kick in the air. Wardlaw comes to break it up. Ricochets away. Davies Uniacke there. Then coming through Blakey again. He slaps it out for Warner. Spargo right there with him. All on the deck. And eventually Constanti. Out to Myers and then back to Constanti. Slips over, handballs it back to Warner. Sydney ball in the centre square. His kick is neat and finds Papley at centre half forward.
Gee, it's a big slip. Now Sydney are going inside 50. Papley feeds it off to Justin McInerney. Justin McInerney misses. Out to the right, a behind. Gee, it looked good off the boot. Forward a couple. 8 points the lead for Sydney. 14 minutes gone. Final term.
I thought you were holding the just so you could say just misses. As North work it out of their defensive 50. Through Caleb Daniel to Simpkin. 50.
Yeah.
And he shoots off with it.
Don't know what he was doing there, Jake Lloyd.
Got to go. They've got to lengthen here, North. Yeah, get your forwards back further.
Might be looking sideways.
Swans by 8 points. 14 minutes into the fourth. Simpkin inside 50. Massive fly. Ball slips out the back. Curtis is onto it in the pocket. Snaps and just misses. Might have hit the behind post on the full. It did. So more than just missed, but it was an acute angle. Swans still by 8.
And Sydney darting away before there's chance to look at that as Roberts gives it over to Bice, kicks up the wing, picked up by Sheldrick. Huge win, runs, carries. Myers comes to get him, just got it away by hand to Warner. Runs straight around Sheasel, takes on Dawson. Kick from Warner to full forward, superb. McLean marks. Warner backed his pace in, and Sydney get a look at the sticks, 15 out straight in front.
Yeah, they get to Angus Sheldrick. It wasn't it? 50-50 ball. Yep. How clean was he? Put his head over it. He's been good, Sheldrick. Really emerging as a player.
Poor by North Melbourne. So Curtis misses everything. It's out on the full. North Melbourne just stopped. They didn't transition back into defence.
A lovely kick from Warner.
And Hayden McLean, the son of a kangaroo. The drop punt. He's good. Story of the day. The Roos have asked plenty of questions, but the Swans have had the answers. A third for McLean. The Swans by 14 points. 16 gone in the final term. 16-7, 103. North Melbourne 13-11, 89. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
We're at 7.5 minutes remaining now. Bally with 14 points to margin. So Sydney get the next one. It's going to be a long way back for North Melbourne. So it's not panic stations where you go, well, we need to take every risk possible, but you need to play the game faster now if you're North Melbourne. Things need to move. The ball needs to move. You need to drag some of those Sydney defenders outside your forward 50. Try to get Larky some one-on-one contest with young Edwards.
Time enough if they're good enough, though, for North Melbourne. Dawson with the tap. McInerney just bustling after the footy for Sydney, then picks it up, feeds the handball to the run of Heaney. Handball for Papley, gathers, crosses the 50, kicks on goal, and just misses left. So the equation largely the same for North. They need 3 goals to win it. Swans by 15. 7 minutes and change to play. Ray Chamberlain.
You've got Tristan Cherry and Trembath both down here on the stationary bikes. Time for North Melbourne to get on the bike.
Preferably one with a little electric motor too for North Melbourne. 15 the deficit. Spargo marks the kick out, goes straight up the pipe. Simpkin takes the mark, lays it off by hand to Parker. Chips the kick up over halfway. Dawson collects around his bootlaces, gives it to O'Sullivan. Handball to Spargo, second touch in the chain. Looks inside 50. Dersma leaps up and marks. Left half forward. He'll have a look from about 25 out.
Just the fresh legs from Spargo. It wasn't a bit of a risky kick, but from Luke Parker, but got to take those risks now. Quickest way home through the corridor, and just the fresh legs from Spargo really stood out, didn't they? There's a lot of players on their haunches, hands on hips. Lovely kick to advantage here, and Zane Dersma, I feel like it's in pretty good hands from a set shot.
He's having his best year to date. 3 times he's kicked 3, the only 3 times he's done it in his career. And after that wrap from both of us, Bally, there was only one finish, and that was across the face to the right and behind. So 14 points, Sydney's lead. It was a goal North really needed. We're now 18 minutes into the last.
Sucks all of the air out of the oxygen out of the balloon, doesn't it? All of the air out of the oxygen doesn't make sense. All of the oxygen or air out of the balloon.
There's nothing in the balloon. I don't know what was in there before.
Ben's blooper file.
Free kick on the wing going the way of North. Simpkin.
We may need to start putting that together. A weekly occurrence.
Off to Parker, and they're going nowhere here, North. They're stuck at centre half back. Finn O'Sullivan chips it for Sheasel. Maybe some front-on contact there was. Free kick to the North player, Sheasel. Gives the handball. O'Sullivan just gets rid of it to Colby McKercher. Cuts around one. Kicks deep here for North. They need a mark. Mills, too good. Outpoints Dersma. Marks at fullback. Sydney by 14 points. 19 into the fourth.
Zane Dersma can't point.
Contagious.
Yes, it is.
Karma bus.
And so I want it in front. He's got to compete there inside forward 50. Don't complain.
What is going on here? McInerney walks off his line and eventually called, goes short to Bice, rode the contact from Sheasel, forward handball game's on. And as Sydney so often do, their green lights, they give them. Over to Heaney, kicks in the corridor. Here's Rowbottom, told to keep it moving, walks off his line, looks out to that outer wing, and here's Lloyd with the footy. Jake Lloyd just forward of the wing. Long kick to a one-on-one, getting back in support. Logue trying to get his knuckles on it. They all miss it, and it slides out of bounds. Sydney by 14 as we're about to tick into time on final term. It's a game that North led by 19 themselves earlier. It's Sydney by 14 now, 20 gone, final term.
The Aussie rules equivalent of taking it to the corner flag in the round ball world game. Forward pocket for Sydney. This is good for them to get some time off the clock. Ball hits the deck. McInerney out after it. Rowbottom turning tackler, as he so often does. And another ball up. Swans by 14.
Just look up and you've got Kel Mills playing that. The sweeper roll, isn't it? So the Kangaroos are going to have to chain it out with hands.
Sheasel trying to slip a tackle. He loses it. Can't go anywhere, and still they scrap after it. This is perfect for Sydney.
Well, it's not time now for North Melbourne to leave a spare. It's got to be one-on-one all over the ground.
Just match them up.
Yeah, match them up.
If you get beaten at the
Absolutely.
stoppage, it is what it is.
Here goes Papley onto the tap, snapping on goal, missing. Too narrow.
Because the reality is with that call, they're going to work so hard to get the ball forward, you're going to kick it to Mills.
Yeah.
So they're just going to do all it's work for nothing.
Sydney by 15.
21 minutes gone, final term. Desperation belongs to North. Daniel brings it in. Comes out wide to Stevens. Oh, extra handball to Parker. Ran into a dead end and crunched in the tackle by Sheldrick, who's had some big moments in the second half. And he was the Luke Parker clone to replace him in the team. He wins a huge one-on-one there with the former Swan. Kicks into the pocket. Amadi collects, sweeping hand pass to the goal square. Picked up by Logue. North back with it. Gives it to Wardlaw. Kicks for Curtis. Bursts through his hands. No mark. Wardlaw's back on it. Lends a hand. Kicks down the wing. Sprawling mark to Dersma. He takes it defensive side of the wing. 15-point lead for Sydney. 22 gone, final term.
Still more minutes than goals required. Kick to the wing. Davies Uniacke thought he was infringed. And he was. So free kick for North. They've got to go. They're too stagnant. On to McKercher with the short kick. Handball to Caleb Daniel. Flicks it to Sheasel. Left foot kick inside 50. They need a mark North. Flying Larky out the back. And Warner and Sydney are there. And he darts away with it. Runs across the goal mouth and now kicks to the wing.
All their numbers are up here in midfield. Amadi has to beat a couple in the air, and that's a great result for the Swans. 2-on-1, he knocks it out of play.
Got a free kick.
And now he's going to get a free. It's a disaster for the Kangaroos. They didn't run forward. They didn't have enough juice left to get up inside that attacking arc, and then as the ball's coming out, a free kick given away in the marking contest. Amadi, defensive side of the wing, looks for Logan McDonald. Hands on it, no mark. Spills to Stevens. And pass away to Davies Uniacke. Goes corridor to Sheasel. North have got to go. Swans by 15. 23 gone, final turn.
Sheasel wants to switch. Away to Luke McDonald, centre half back. He'll take it out to the City wing. And Larky, vice-like grip. Hits the deck, though. Has to get back to his feet. 23 played in the fourth. Moves it over the top. Lemires marks. He'll feed the handball, running by Simpkin. Left foot kick towards the hot spot. Amadi's back there, punches it away. And the Swans are waiting. Lakey takes it, and he can kick up into the middle of the ground. Warner forced to spoil. McInerney bursts onto it. Handball there for Papley. Keeps it moving forward to McLean.
McLean eventually collects. Does a full 360. Handball to his teammate, who's tackled, and that's holding the ball. Didn't release. Papley on the bottom of the one-on-one, and Dawson holds him up, holds it in. North have got it again. What can they make of this entry? Sheasel, a shallow one out to Sherry, who marks and holds out Lloyd in the mismatch. And Sherry's got it left half forward, but tick, 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 tick. We're almost inside the last 90 seconds.
Yeah, there's very little urgency.
Come on, Tristan.
And he's got to knock these through, and North have got to make it happen from the centre bounce. 15 the spread. Sherry from the 50-metre arc. His drop punt sails goalward. Won't get there. Sullivan enters from the side of the pack. Rips down the big overhead mark.
Again, come on, get back off your mark and kick the goal.
What's he doing?
Come on, man.
We're now in the final 70 seconds. The only teenager out there, Finn O'Sullivan, kicks the goal. and brings it back to single digits with time running out on the Kangas. 9 points, Sydney's lead. The Swans 16-9, 105. North 14-12, 96. They need a lot to go right. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
So from the time when Sherry marked the ball inside forward 50 to O'Sullivan kicking the goal, 49 seconds have gone off the clock. But it's just too slow. You got to know again. You got to know the time of the game. We spoke about that in the second quarter where McDonald kicked that late goal. There's just no urgency for North Melbourne in this last 5 minutes. They're just going to run out of time here.
Yeah. It's a great mark, isn't it?
Terrific mark.
Young player. Yeah, he started well, faded out of the game a little bit, but it's a terrific mark and goal. What can they do? Well, what's happened here? They're not going to
666 warning
just
against
a warning.
Sydney.
So big belt forward here for Cherry. See if they can run onto it.
He taps it down for Davies Uniacke, who does get it moving forward, looking for Curtis. Worries McInerney out of it. Davies Uniacke onto it again to Zurha. He can kick on goal. He can find a goal. No! Just the wrong side of the post. And that might be it. If you're looking for the perfect moment, that was it. It is back to 8 points, but time suits Sydney. 25 and a half played.
Mills steps outside the goal square, goes long into the boundary line, and punched out it goes. Dawson and McLean, I think everyone was trying to knock it out of play. Throw in half forward for the Roos. Ball's come back into play, by the way, like it's a quarterback throwing it in the NFL. Spiffed it past the boundary umpire.
Just thought, in fairness to the players, it's only a 26-minute quarter, so they're probably thinking they've got 3 or 4 minutes left.
In it comes. The ball's going to bounce. None of the rucks get there. Wardlaw passing through. Tackle without it. Final 30 seconds now. Wardlaw with the footy, 55 out. Just about every player inside 50. Sells a dummy around the man on the mark. Kicks to the pocket. McInerney touches it on the way through. McInerney can't collect and then lays a tackle on Larkey. It is
on the ball.
All okay. It's a ball up.
Should have been holding the ball.
Inside the forward 50 for the Roos. You're right, if it wasn't a high tackle, it was
hold the ball.
Sydney by 8 points. Can they find a score here? Sherry slaps it out, plays for a free kick. Blakey goes in low and earns one.
He's been
taken
good.
high. So the Swans at fullback, they lead by 8 points. And he's slow to get up. Nick Blakey. His dad, John in the house, 96 Premiership reunion. Time ticking down. And North were gallant, but Sydney head back to the top of the AFL ladder. Their 8-1 start to the season. They might be the hottest team in it.
Honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
It was a close run thing all day. The margin never got out beyond 19 points either way. In the end, Sydney win by 8 points over North Melbourne. North led by 7 points at the first break, 1 point at the main break, and then at three-quarter time, it was Sydney who led by 13. They go on to win by 8. The goal kickers for Sydney, 3 to McLean, 3 to Heaney, 3 to McDonald, 2 to Papley, then singles, Amati, Warner, Lloyd, Sheldrick and Cootie, while for North Melbourne, 2 to Darling, 2 to Dersma, 2 to Finn O'Sullivan, singles to Simpkin, Curtis, Zaha, Constanti, Spargo, Sherry, Sheasel and Blamires.
From the sky, whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
It was what might have been afternoon for the Kangas. They led by 19 points after kicking 6 of the first 9 goals. In the end, the Sydney Swans win by 8. So 105 beats 97. It's an 8-point victory for the Swans. They kick over 100 points again. That's their thing. They're 8-1 back to the top of the AFL table. The second team to 8 wins after Fremantle, of course, did it on Thursday night. It's an interesting one to assess, I'm sure, for North Melbourne, where in the end they have 27 scoring shots to 25 against a red-hot team in the Sydney Swans on their own home patch. And ultimately they fall 8 points short at Sydney, who are going home with the 4 premiership points. Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Sydney win the first game of the day by 8.
Yeah, well, I mean, glass half full, Rama. From a Kangaroos point of view, they almost kick 100 points. They have 67 inside 50s against the Sydney team, and they give themselves ultimately a chance to win. In the end, just not quite polished enough, maybe composed enough to find that right target inside 50, or, at times they went slow when they should have gone fast. They went fast when they should have gone slow. So, and all well summed up, Corby, an almost sort of game and what could have been, because for large parts of it, when you look at the numbers, they did everything right. So I think the supporters walk away proud of their effort. Having said that, it just probably never felt like they were going to win, though, did it? It always felt like the Swans just had them at arm's length and were going to do enough. So I'm just looking at Dean Cox a couple of times out last quarter. Looked a little bit sort of bemused, a bit nonplussed. They made it hard for themselves at times, the Swans. They overhandballed at times. They invited some pressure, and they, without Curnow up there, they probably weren't as efficient, albeit they had 51 inside 50s and kick a decent score themselves. So entertaining contest, tight, tough contest. In the end, only 1 goal each, or I think it was 2 goals to 1 in the last quarter. So they run out of time, as you said. And looking at the North supporters applauding their team off, I think from an effort point of view, the question was asked before the game. Can North stand up and hang in longer and give themselves a chance to win against these top 4 teams? Well, you'd have to say that they did. And, 67 inside 50s again. You have 67 inside 50s. You should be around the mark and give yourselves a chance to win. They just weren't polished and composed enough to do it. So 4 marks for effort for the Kangaroos. And in the end, the Swans just do enough, don't they? When you look at their numbers, they had moments from their gun players, probably not sort of four quarter performances from Heaney or Warner, who bobs up in that last quarter and has the moment for them to kick that steadying goal. So they get out of here with another 4 points, which ultimately this time of year is the all important thing.
Well, I think good teams find a way when they're probably not playing at their best. Now, I don't think Sydney played at their best today. They played in moments. So when they had their moments, they really took that chance to be able to score. We spoke about how they played through the corridor. I just loved seeing that forward handball live today. You sort of go, okay, yep, I see how this is a real attacking weapon that they've caught the competition on the hop with a little bit. So I think the other better teams in the competition need to go, well, how do we stop this now? Now, North tried to come up, but they were just too slow. They were too slow, they were a moment too slow, so the handball would go forward. The Sydney player would take the ball, then the North Melbourne player would get there. So there was another handball that was able to go forward. You've got to be there when the handball is in the air. So then you really stop that Sydney player at the source where he can't continue forward with his momentum. But you look at it, Blakey's had 26 possessions today. Probably not his best game. Heaney he's had 24 touches and 3 goals. So he's probably Sydney's best player today. But I actually thought Edwards did a terrific job. He's had 10 possessions for the game. He's kept Larky to 2 behinds. As a young player, young defender coming into this team, Sydney have been screaming out for somebody that can play that role. And I thought he was terrific today. There was other parts of his game where he came across and was able to spoil and help out his fellow backman. So I think they might have found that defender they're looking for, which is...
Well, McCartan, they haven't lost it a lot with McCartan not being there, have they? With him and Melican. And what it's allowing Blakey to do. And you're right, it wasn't his best game today. I thought he was super influential, though. At times kicking the ball inside 50, I think he had 7 or 8 score involvements. The metres gained are always there, and at times he went back and won crucial balls in their defensive 50. It's allowed him to play to his strengths, though, hasn't it? Just to play free.
The other interesting part, I thought the change of James Jordan going from Sheasel to Davies-Uniacke. Davies-Uniacke was dominating the first quarter and a half. Already had sort of 20 possessions about halfway through that second quarter. He's ended with 34 for the game, but I thought Jordan put the brakes on him, particularly in that second half. Sheasel couldn't touch the ball early because Jordan was right there with him. Sheasel's ended up with 31, but I didn't think he had an almighty influence on the game. I think where Alistair Clarkson will be disappointed, he just didn't get enough out of his forwards today. You look there, Constanti 11, Dersma 9, Trembath 8, Larkey 8, Darling 8. Yep, they've kicked a couple of goals, but there was no pressure. They've had the ball inside 67 times.
No winners.
So I can't say, well, that North Melbourne forward was a winner today in that forward half of the ground. So, a bit of that connection, a bit of forward craft is probably what's lacking there.
You mentioned Edwards. I thought Mills was super. I thought he was terrific. Yeah, you're right. When you're defending 67 entries, that's hard work. That's hard yakka. And at times it was coming in repeatedly, and I thought Mills led the troops back behind the ball today. I thought he was terrific.
They keep winning, the Sydney Swans. They run the table 8-1, sit on top of the tree at present. They get home by 8 points, despite the Kangas kicking 3 of the last 4. Ray Chamberlain is down there with the winners. Set the scene for us, Ray.
Yeah, very much a work in progress. Tick the box and moving on sort of a vibe down here, but they are very happy, and they're just about to rip into the song. I'll be quiet.
Lift that noble banner, shake us thunder from the sky. Whenever the odds be great, I'll be strong. So to go in and win overall. While our loyal sons are marching, comers to victory.
Thanks, Ray. It certainly sounds absolutely like that, doesn't it? Just another box ticked for the Sydney Swans. They get to 8-1 on the season. We'll see them on another short week. So 6 days here to play against North today after last Sunday's game against Melbourne. They played North here today, which we've just witnessed, and then another short week, 6 days to play Collingwood Friday night.